Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular business meeting of the District of Squamish for February 21st. And we're meeting today on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. There is an agenda in front of council. I'd like to amend it slightly to include a motion that was passed at the committee of the whole meeting this afternoon with regard to comments on the environmental assessment amendment for the WLNG project. And we'll address that, but I'm suggesting that that become item 10.7. So with that in mind, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the amended agenda, moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. We do have three timed items, all for 6 o'clock, but we do them in sequential order. So first up, we have a delegation, concerned citizens of Squamish. And I'm not sure if it's Jane Walker or somebody else. So come on up. You can either stand at the podium or at the table, whatever is your.
Hi, my name is Michael McGillian. I recently spoke with the SLRD, and I apologize to those of you who have already heard this. I'm not a fan of reruns myself, but here we go. Anyway, I'm speaking for the concerned residents of Squamish, and we are concerned about the proposed compressor station at Mount Mulligan by Fortis BC. The compressor station was originally to be located in the industrial park in Squamish, and it was to be powered by electricity, but it was considered too dangerous. So now Fortis wants to install the compressor station on Mount Mulligan in a forested setting 1.8 kilometers from homes in Squamish. Fortis now wants to burn gas for compression instead of the original electrical drive. This creates problems for the residents of Valleycliff and Squamish. If the station is too dangerous for an industrial park, then it's more dangerous in a forest setting susceptible to wildfires with limited access for firefighting and having 3 gas turbines running 24 hours a day. We haven't seen or heard about an evacuation plan for the many homes and 3 schools in Valleycliff. If there is a problem, everyone has to flee the area, and there's only one road, one way out. Thousands of people, one road. There was 2 natural gas explosions and massive fires this week, one in Texas, one in Louisiana. Lucky for them, it was not in a forested area or near homes, unlike Mount Mulligan. This proposed station threatens the water supply for all of Squamish. The compressor station would be close to our main water source and, in the case of an event, could destroy the infrastructure for our water system. Powering the station with gas will create 27,000 tons of greenhouse gases, carbon monoxide, nitrogen, sulfurous oxide. Air quality in the area will be affected. There is an elementary school 2.6 kilometers from the Fortis proposed station. The valley is only 1 kilometer wide. 27,000 tons into a 1 kilometer wide valley. You do the math. I'd like to show you a picture of a typical day in Valleycliff. There we have it on the screen, thank you. Where the mist slides off the mountains and pools in Valleycliff. If that compressor station is built on Mount Mulligan, the mist will be pollution. Nobody voting on this proposal lives in the Valleycliff area, so I would ask you, would you want this for your children, your family, or your neighborhood? I found out that BC Hydro is ready, willing, and able to supply clean hydro to compress the gas for Fortis BC. Hydro compression would avoid the 27,000 tons of greenhouse gases. The problem is that Fortis has not asked BC Hydro for a feasibility study, to my knowledge. Fortis BC wants to use gas just to save money. And a letter was recently sent to the District of Squamish stating that Fortis BC, as a utility company, no longer needed permission or permits from local governments for their development. We disagreed. and got a legal opinion from the West Coast Environmental Law Group. And I believe you are in receipt of that letter. That puts the power back into the hands of our local governments. I'm hoping that the members of the District of Squamish will not allow the rezoning at Mount Mulligan. Our water, air, and security are under threat from this proposal. We would like the compressor station moved away from our homes and schools. We would like the compressor station moved out of our watershed, and we would like the compressor station to be powered with electricity. We feel that we were betrayed by the federal Liberals that campaigned on a promise to be more inclusive, let communities grant permission, and protect water rights. Sunny Ways, I don't think so. We have a provincial government with a premier that made promises she can't keep, and now she's desperate to get on an LNG project underway before the next election. The provincial Liberals have received large donations from the corporations behind this proposal. In most of the civilized world, this is against the law. We have an environmental review process that is broken and without any credibility. 7,000 comments swept under the carpet. So you're all we have, and we need you all to help stop the degradation of our home by Fortis BC at Mount Mulligan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are in receipt of the West Coast Environmental Law opinion. And obviously we'll have a look at that. And we will be looking at where our jurisdiction, we think our jurisdiction lies as well. But just a word of caution, legal opinions are opinions, and every lawyer has a different opinion. So certainly we appreciate them providing their opinion. It is helpful. Council, any questions? And just one more thing of note, I do believe that Fortis is once again talking with Hydro about the possibility. I don't know the extent of that, but I have heard through the grapevine that they are re-engaging that conversation with Hydro. I don't know if it's gone anywhere. I don't know the extent of that, but my understanding is that
But no official statement?
not that I've seen, no.
Okay.
Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for seeking the legal opinion of your own accord. I know our community's been very active in this regard. And I think the frustration probably for the community, and certainly for me, is that we watch a big utility come to town, and prior to the approval, they ask for development permits and they ask for site alteration permits. And now that they have their approval, they send us a letter saying, well, now we're done with you. And that it's frustrating, because certainly municipalities want to understand where their jurisdiction is. So I appreciate that our communities has looked into this, and like the mayor said, it's always helpful to have another opinion.
Councillor Chappell.
Thanks. I appreciate you coming. I absolutely agree with your opinion about placing the compressor station in Mount Mulligan. We had a perfectly good industrial site that was going to run off hydro that was away from the public. And I was extremely disappointed. It's away from services, it's away from fire and water, it's away from the protections that will be needed to take care of the community. And I do find it a much more dangerous choice than having it in an industrial site that's located close to services. It was, I feel like we could have done more as a council to engage with the First Nations to come to a better decision on that, and I guess I will remain disappointed.
Just on that, just to clarify, the proposed site in the business park was 400 meters away from existing homes and about 400 or 500 meters away from a reserve. And that's, and as Councillor Chappell indicated, it was really predominantly the Squamish Nation that put the veto on that site. So, but it was very, very close to existing neighborhoods as well. So I think that's the challenge, is that it certainly was better from an electricity point of view and better from being able to get fire trucks to the location in the business park, but it was a problematic site as well. And that's one of the reasons why Squamish Nation determined it was too close to the reserve. And that was about half a kilometer, so you can imagine. I do think it's worth saying and fair to say that Fortis holds their prerogative under the BC Oil and Gas, just like most entities governed under BC Oil and Gas, pretty closely. And they will likely be very vehement in keeping their opinion that the municipal jurisdiction doesn't apply. So take that for what you will. But this is not the first time, this is business as usual for Fortis. They, they believe they have rights under the BC Oil and Gas Commission.
Under the utility, it wouldn't be under the Utility Commission?
BC Utilities Commission, sorry. And they will, and as they have in the past, protect that, or aim to protect that, what they perceive as their rights under the BC Utilities.
But ultimately would come down to the ruling of a judge.
Theoretically, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we have our, maybe I'll just quickly, consideration of unscheduled public attendance before we go to the public hearing. Is anyone has an urgent matter would like to address council tonight? I don't see anybody. Moving on, we have the public hearing, which is, let me just get there. Item 6, District of Squamish zoning bylaw 2200-2011 amendment bylaw 1861 Mamcram Road, number 2509-2016. And as with all public hearings, I'm going to read the open statement. This public hearing is convened pursuant to Part 14, Division 3 of the Local Government Act to allow the public to make representations to council respecting matters contained in the proposed District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200-2011 amendment bylaw 1861 Mamcram Road, number 2509-2016. Everyone present shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard and present written submissions respecting matters contained in the proposed bylaw. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views known. However, it is important that remarks be restricted to the matters contained in the proposed bylaw. Members of council may ask questions following presentations. However, the function of council at a public hearing is to listen rather than to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw. In considering the proposed bylaw, council has received documents which may influence its decision. These documents are available for review and comment and have been included as part of the planning department report. Or if received later, handed out at the meeting and included in the public hearing package. If any documents are submitted during the hearing, please feel free to review the document during the hearing by asking staff. Members of the public shall maintain order and quiet and shall not applaud or interrupt any speech or action of members of council or any other person addressing council. And I call on the planning department to introduce the bylaws.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carrie Hamilton. I'm a planner here at the District of Squamish. Tonight's public hearing is for a rezoning application made by Sport Enterprise, the local owner of Locavore and the Cloudburst, for 1861 Mamcram Road. Bylaw 2509 proposes to modify the zone's permitted uses. This slide is to highlight previous motions regarding the rezoning. On December 20th, Council approved both first and second reading for Bylaw 2509-2016 and set a public hearing date for February 7th. On January 17th, 2017, Council approved the public hearing date to be changed to February 21st, 2018. The subject property is located at 1861 Mamcram Road on the site currently known as On the Farm. The garden center, which also included the sale of retail, grocery, and ice cream stand, closed their business licenses in 2014. The local food service, cafe, and businesses have remained open, as you can see here in green. However, the garden center and the southwest corner building have been left vacant since 2014, as you can see here in red. OCP designates this land as mixed-use commercial, and the property is in zone CD71, which was rezoned from highway commercial to accommodate the on-the-farm uses in 2011. Adjacent properties to the north and east are zone residential I1, or 1A, sorry. To the south is the Squamish Valley Golf and Country Club, and to the west, the Canadian Tire with Comprehensive Development Zone 19. So this CD zone site is proposed to be rezoned for the purpose of modifying the zone's permitted uses. The modifications to the existing businesses on the lot, as seen in purple, include Cloudburst Cafe moving and slightly expanding to the renovated southwest corner building, and the existing Locavore restaurant moving to the new outdoor seating area location. The current zone limits restaurant to 186 meters squared, and the removal of the maximum square meters requirement for restaurant use would allow for the expanded seating area proposed for both of these restaurant uses. The two new uses proposed in yellow include alcohol beverage manufacturing and liquor primary establishment. These uses, if approved, would accommodate a potential wine manufacturing and tasting room and a bar service for the fenced-in outdoor seating area. So in addition to the rezoning, the application has also submitted a building permit to make required renovations to the southwest building, and has submitted a delegated development permit to make extensive landscape enhancements to the internal site and to the streetscape. These were left incomplete by the previous owner in Development Permit 320, issued back in 2012. The improvements along Mamquam Road include the addition of 9 street trees, landscape streetscape, paved parking lot, and a pedestrian entranceway. This photo is of the existing state of Diamond Head Road frontage for this property. At first and second reading, council requested that the applicant provide pedestrian improvements along Diamond Head Road, which should include a sidewalk and bus stop upgrades. The District of Squamish Subdivision Development Control Bylaw allows the district to ask for curb, gutter, and concrete sidewalk improvements. To build to this standard, the applicant would have to fill in the existing ditches along Diamond Head Road, which would then also require stormwater upgrades in place of the ditch. Given the costly extent of this work in relation to the change in use to activate the site, the applicant has proposed an asphalt sidewalk without curbs to address council's pedestrian improvements request. Planning staff have worked with the district engineering staff to ensure the proposed sidewalk meets the intention of the safe and durable pedestrian frontage, and are therefore supportive of the proposed design. Staff's review included ensuring that the walkway width, asphalt thickness, bus stop width, and the required culvert sizes all met or exceeded the district's subdivision development control bylaw. Public notifications. One comment from the public was received on December 16, 2016. No public meeting was required. Then the notice of the public hearing was published in the chief newspaper on February 9th and February 16th, and public hearing notice were sent to property owners within 100 meters. 3 more public comments were received. 1 has been included in the regular agenda package, and 2 others were received after the agenda release and should be included in your package this evening. But I've summed up all most of the public comments from those comments, and they are request of no parking signs, concern for restaurant cooking oils, concern for waste storage location and maintenance, concern for the noise level, and concern for parking or residential property, and concern for tied houses. Staff's council report for the public hearing was prepared for council's information, and council has the option to proceed with the public hearing only, or to proceed with the public hearing and then continue on to consider giving 3rd reading to bylaw 2509/2016. Public hearing can begin.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions? Councillor Lee.
So both the submissions I have on my desk, one is incomplete and the other looks like our cover letter, but
That's-
doesn't have any submissions.
That's what I was just asking Monday to confirm. So, Robin, this letter,
So one of them is a cover letter, and then it should have written,
There's nothing.
there's nothing written on that one? Okay.
And this one just ends,
halfway
doesn't
through a
have one.
sentence.
it ends halfway through a sentence.
Yes.
So perhaps, Sarah, if we can make sure council and the public are able to get the full,
Which one? That one's being handed out. But only one page was given.
There's 2
2
pages.
pages, the 3rd page is missing.
Yeah, there's only 2 pages there.
Okay, so if we can leave Sarah to perhaps,
Yeah, but it's, because it's full.
Incomplete.
I can use this one.
And then this one has no comments, it's just our cover sheet. Okay. Okay, all right, we'll get that. Thank you. Councillor, is that it?
For now, yeah, I just want to make sure I had the comment.
No, that I had just asked Linda that exact question. Councillor Kent.
With respect to that comment, I don't know if you had seen it or not, the comment about the tied houses. Can you just define what that means and touch on that briefly? That was the letter that we received that was incomplete, so maybe you could just,
It's speaking to a conflict of interest. Tied houses is a conflict of interest between liquor manufacturers and owners of those liquor manufacturers being tied to owners of retail liquor sales or retailers. So there was some, I believe the comment that came forward was that there was some concern that they would not be able to proceed if there was this conflict of interest in terms of having the owners of one business also be associated with another. But to my understanding, this is not the case with what's
And there are regulations outside of our regulations that
Exactly.
govern that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chappelle.
Thanks. Can you explain why we would only ask for an asphalt, so it's just going to be an extension of the asphalt instead of a proper sidewalk? With our frost now, the heaving is going to mean that we'll have to maintain sidewalk that's going to be an asphalt laneway that's going to heave and not be accessible for wheelchairs or strollers. It's just not adequate infrastructure. So why wouldn't we ensure that at this only chance that we get adequate infrastructure, that we make sure that we get adequate infrastructure, including upgrades to the
Through you, Mayor, we did ensure with the district engineering staff that the asphalt surface actually exceeds our standard in our subdivision development control bylaw, and that the width would be able to maintain accessibility for wheelchair access. As well, the width of the bus stop was also expanded to accommodate the width requirements for accessibility needs as well.
Is there any concern about heaving with frost?
I'm not an engineer, I can't speak to that component.
Sorry, no, there isn't. We've got lots of asphalt sidewalks that function perfectly well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, Council? Councillor Pryor?
Is that bus stop covered?
No, it is not.
It's just an area. Doesn't have a.
It's just it's a landing pad. So currently it was a gravel surface.
Okay, and maybe just clarify how community amenity contribution may or may not be required in this case?
There is no community amenity contribution for this rezoning. There's no.
You could just explain why, just so the public understands that.
Yes, go ahead.
So it's the community amenity contribution policy only applies to residential component of the development, and this is purely commercial. So the policy doesn't apply.
Councillor Chappelle?
Is the bus stop wide enough so that in the future we can add a bus stop proper bus stop, or is it just wide enough for accessibility?
I believe that the width requirements that BC Transit puts forward would allow for a bus shelter in the future.
I don't see any more questions from council. So we go now to the public to see if there's anyone who wishes to make representation on the rezoning application. And certainly the proponent is welcome to come up and speak to. I will ask for a second time, and we'll just get this information from Sarah. You have a question, Councillor Pryor? Okay, go ahead.
Well, there was some concerns in the letters about garbage and all those things. Have you addressed those, or are those to be addressed?
It's our understanding that in the original development permit that that the waste services were built to the standard that was required for the buildings that were there. So it's not something that that has been looked at with the applicant for these expended uses, but currently with what is there currently, it should function as per what the development permit guidelines require.
Yeah, it's a DP permit guideline aspect, not technically part of the rezoning application. Okay, I don't see any more, come on up.
Good evening, council members. My name is Steve Moyer. I'm the owner of the Locavore and Cloudburst Cafe, and part of this proposal for rezoning on the property. So I just wanted to make myself available if there were questions for us about these things. With the Tide House question was addressed in sufficiently. It's an antiquated law that isn't in place anymore, so it's not something that we're in conflict with. As far as managing garbage, recycling, and everything on site, we've been maintaining that as it stands now, and will become more efficient by operating with one primary source or one primary building. So we should actually be using less waste and become more efficient as an operating business. And
Thank you. Is there anyone? Yep.
I just wanted to raise a question. How many parking stalls do you have there?
currently, there's 29 plus one handy accessible stall and 8 stalls on the street.
And I believe it conforms with all of our parking regulations?
Yes.
Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing? Ask for a second time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? I'll ask for a third time, and I only asked 3 times, so if you want to speak, put your hand up. I'll ask for a third time if anyone wishes to make any further representations. I don't believe, are there any unanswered questions? You're good. There being no further speakers, I am going to declare the public hearing closed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Consideration of third reading, council can do that in this meeting, or can decide to, depending on the input of the public hearing, or if they decide they need more time to think about it, can put it off to the next meeting, but it is technically under consideration further in the agenda. Councilor Reyes?
At this point in the agenda?
It's actually later in the agenda. We have another timed item.
Okay.
And just don't know if we're going to get much debate about it, so we'll just do it in the agenda. So next up, in terms of the timed item, is DVP. 8A1, Community Planning and Infrastructure Development Permit number 425 Lizzie Bay 37850.
Okay, well, I have to leave the room on this because I'm in conflict with being the adjoining property owner.
Thank you, Councilor Pryor. Okay, over to you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Terrell Gillespie, Development and Subdivision Coordinator in the Community Planning Department. For your reconsideration tonight is development permit number 425 for Lizzie Bay. This development permit, if approved, would permit the development of 29 residential units and just over 8,000 square feet of commercial space located at 37830 3rd Avenue. So this development permit application was brought before council on January 17th, 2017, and at this meeting it was referred back to staff to work with the applicant to ensure viability of the commercial or artisan space proposed. And changes have been made to this application in response. I'll do a quick overview of the project and then focus this presentation on the changes that have been proposed since January. So subject property is located in the downtown south neighborhood at the northeast corner of 3rd Avenue and Vancouver Street. 37830 3rd Avenue is zone CD43, a zone that was adopted in 2010 specifically for this project. The OCP designation is downtown, it's in the flood hazard area, and it's located in 2 development permit areas. Development Permit Area 3 for downtown south and Development Permit Area 7 for multifamily residential. So the big change made to this application since January is the separation of commercial and residential spaces. So to detach the commercial and residential, the applicant has removed the stairways that used to connect the live-work units and instead added residential lobbies and elevators to each building. This removal of stairways has resulted in an increase in commercial space from 6,200 square feet to just over 8,000 square feet. And the space freed up with the removal of stairways also results in more open and functional commercial space. Here's the site plan at grade. It's a bit tricky to read, so I'll zoom in a bit, and council, you should have some large copies as well. So for comparison, here's what the proposal used to look like, with the commercial and artisan spaces connected to the residences above. And now the commercial space is totally separate. And there's larger, more open commercial units shown. Washrooms have been added to the commercial units. The amenity room proposed is bigger, and more space is provided for bike storage as well, in excess of what our zoning bylaw requires. To further secure the commercial units as separate from the residential, staff recommend that a covenant be required to ensure commercial and residential separation, and also to secure a minimum amount of commercial area to make sure that this follows through to building permit application. This recommendation for a covenant is included in the recommended council motion. So originally, there were 3 zoning bylaw variances proposed as part of development permit 425. There was discussion of the first 3 on this list, usable open space, off-street loading, and setbacks back in January. And in addition to these 3 variances, the applicant is now requesting a 4th zoning bylaw variance for a minor reduction in the amount of commercial parking required. So because a significant amount of commercial floor space has been added, this increases the amount of off-street commercial parking required. So for the 750 square meters of commercial space proposed, the zoning bylaw requires 15 spaces. The proponent has requested a reduction of 1 space from 15 spaces down to 14, and staff support this variance request because it allows for a little more commercial space than would otherwise be possible with this proposal. To date, 1 comment not in favor of a parking variance has been received, and a number of letters of support have been received for the proposal. Because a new variance has been requested, a 2nd round of notices were mailed and delivered to all properties within 100 meters of the subject property, and no new comments have been received since DP 425 was last before council on January 17th. With that, staff recommend this rather lengthy motion that includes all of the proposed variances as well as a requirement for a covenant to ensure separation of the commercial and residential units. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going, as there are variances with this DP, we do allow members of the public to speak to the variances, so I'll just read out this brief statement. The proponent and members of the public will be given an opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting the following requested variances to the District of Squamish zoning bylaw. Variance to section 4.29, usable open space, reduction from 30% of the lot area to 837 meters squared to 8.6% of the lot area, 240 meters squared. Variance to section 40 EEE, reduction of the front lot setback from 1.52 meters to 0.40 meters, and reduction to the exterior lot line setback from 4.57 meters to 0.20 meters. Variance to section 41.7 off-street parking requirement, reduction from 15 spaces to 14 spaces. Variance to section 42.4 off-street loading requirements, reduction from 2 spaces to 1 space. So if you are from the public and you don't want to speak to the variances, please put up your hand and approach the podium and commence remarks by clearly stating your name and street address. And please note you'll be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address council. Council, are there any questions of staff at this point? Nope. Please come up, state your name and your street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
My name is Damian Lustig. I reside at 37767 2nd Avenue. We also operate our businesses in the neighborhood. I am opposed to these variances. Sorry, there's a lot of paperwork on your website. It's really hard to navigate.
Good to
Many
hear.
hours invested in it. It's not user-friendly. My questions really are, with the variances and with what's being proposed, how is this addressed, the concerns of DPA 3 not being met? How does reducing the usable open space by 72% encourage public interest benefit? And this area is supposed to support the goal of a transitional area between the downtown core and a light industrial area. The Cash and Lua 3 commercial parking spaces, there is no parking spaces for that commercial. How usable is it? There's no parking spaces for customers. There's no parking spaces for employees. These are employment lands, and we're giving more and more of them up. Limiting to one loading space. How does 12 or 14 units, I'm not quite sure what it's changed to now, how do 12 units run viable businesses on one loading dock? How is that flexible? How can we allow this area to grow into the transportation corridor that it should be, with the port being just down the road and being our light industrial area? How's the project been brought closer into alignment with the district bylaws and current policy directions? It looks to me like we've actually seen a net loss. It seems to be moving backwards. We're giving away. With that area being industrial and quite a heavily traveled commercial road, sightlines are a massive issue. The road width will not provide for street parking. So giving up any parking spots is really not a viable option for commercial space. The project's been substantially unchanged all the way through January 17th. Your staff were not supporting this project. I don't see any major changes other than a loss of more space. And now we're supporting it. And is this commercial part viable? Like I said, there's no parking for employees. There's none on the road. There's none in the complex. There's no parking for customers. How do you run a business if your customers can't park anywhere? In the summer already, with the loss of the parking on Vancouver Street, with the new signs, and with Rose Park, is it? And the brew pub, and maybe some other anchor businesses in the area, as well as all the events that happen in that area, we're already pressed for on-street parking. We live in an area that is a destination area, and our current the current metrics we're using to make decisions on parking, I think, have become a bit irrelevant at this point. We live in a place where people share their accommodations. 3 bedrooms potentially means 6 people, because it's an expensive place to live. Well, 6 people have to go to Vancouver because we keep taking all the employment lands. Now 6 people need to have cars. Where do we put the cars? Nobody's riding bicycles to Vancouver. There's no washrooms. Where does the customer find the washroom to take a pee? Where do the employees go? You know, these are basic necessities in a building that is supporting any kind of industry. I believe that this proposal should be defeated. The owner is fairly new. He bought it as a I-1 zone land. There was, the comprehensive development plan had lapsed at that point. And I think that a new proposal should be brought forth to bring this more in line with what we see our community being. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And there were a bunch of questions there. We'll make sure staff address those in a moment, but I will go back to the public. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the variances of this development permit? Come on up, state your name and your street address, and if you represent yourself, a business or an organization.
Hi, I'm Crystal Sankpil. I live at the Artisan Building on Main Street, and that's just one lot away from where this would be built. We already have significant parking issues in this area. As you guys know, you're only a couple doors down. And I can only imagine this just compounding it even further. As this gentleman mentioned, the sight lines are terrible when you're trying to cross over, like say Main Street and Second Avenue. Yeah, it's so hard to see. So imagine with the setbacks of this building being decreased, now your sightlines are even worse because there's a building there, and instead of the little bit of space to be able to see down the road. With the parking, I would completely disagree with all of these proposals with reducing the parking even further. As this gentleman mentioned, whatever zoning bylaws we have here for downtown parking, it's completely outdated. And as I've mentioned at a previous meeting, when we were visiting a similar proposal with less parking in the downtown area, it's not feasible. It's not, as we look into the future of Squamish and we continue to grow, I look at my neighborhood and all of the buildings that are proposed, just in a few block radius, and the number of units that are going in. Where are all these people going to park? Because right now it's already full. And so I look at the recent snowfall we had and the terrible time we had clearing the roads because of the cars parked on the road. Well, the cars had nowhere to go until the one night when the district offered up parking in the library and the different places overnight. There was nowhere to put those cars because they don't have parking spots in their buildings. And so that's what the issue is. We have more than one car per unit, which is always going to be the case no matter whether we want to be a bike-friendly town or not. That's always going to be the case, that there's always going to be more than one car per unit. And so having that set as a guideline in downtown is completely unfathomable. It's not sustainable for our future when we look at adding all of these additional units to the downtown area. It's gonna be chaos. It already is a little bit. And so I would very strongly urge you not to approve continuing going down that direction, because it's already not a good guideline. So then to approve lessening the parking spots, it's crazy. And as this gentleman said, for businesses, how are they going to have their customers come and visit if they can't find a parking spot? Well, I just wouldn't go there. I'd go somewhere else where I knew I could find a parking spot and avoid that business and go elsewhere just for the ease of convenience. For employees, sure, if it's a small mom and pop business where you only have 1 or 2 people working, maybe you can get by, but if you're gonna have any kind of number of employees coming on a regular basis, you're gonna need spots for them. With regard to the loading zone, again, dropping it from 2 to 1 it's not doable, not only with the businesses, but also for the residential units for using moving trucks and that sort of thing. If you have someone moving, the moving truck's gonna be there for several hours unloading. So then what do you do when now that business needs to load and unload stuff? You have people double parked in the street, and it just becomes even more chaotic, especially for the sight lines of trying to get down the road. So I would strongly urge you not to approve any of these variances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the variances of this development permit? I don't see any hands at the moment, so we'll go to staff. I would like if staff can please outline the parking and parking requirements, both on-site and off-site. Also specific to there was a question about what's changed since the last time it was in front. If we could go more clearly through what's changed and speak possibly to sightlines. There was 2 questions about sightlines. I'll remind you if you.
Sounds good. Okay, maybe I'll just start with the parking as it's proposed. So yes, this is within the downtown parking area, so there's 1 residential parking space proposed for each unit. And commenters are correct, a number of these units are 3 bedrooms in size, but what's proposed meets the bylaw for the residential requirements. In increasing the amount of commercial space by removing those internal stairways, when you go from 581 square meters of commercial space to 750, you increase your parking requirement, I think by 2 spaces.
And the applicant is proposing to do this by adding one more cash and lieu space to bring the total to 4, which is the maximum that our zoning bylaw permits. And by requesting this variance to 1 space. So staff sort of see this as a trade-off between you add more commercial space, which we think is good in terms of the viability of that commercial space in this building, but then it also increases your parking requirement. So that's where this new variance has come from. I think parking, so that's the on-site parking. Parking off-site is a little bit trickier, and it may end up being related to the setback variances that are a part of this. This came up in the last meeting where staff had some concerns about the setback variances proposed, and the result of those variances is there may be a trade-off in the future when it comes to determining the off-site improvements here, which should be done at time of building permit and servicing agreement, that there may only be room for on-street parking on one side of 3rd Avenue, but we don't know that yet, and we won't know until the time of servicing agreement. So those topics may become related in the future. As far as what's changed with this proposal, the big change is the separation of the commercial and residential space and removal of the stairways that used to connect what used to be live-work units, which has resulted in this net increase in commercial space. I'll just clarify here that on the new drawings, washrooms are shown in each commercial unit. These units may not end up looking exactly how they do in the development permit, and that they could be configured in different ways. The development permit isn't really able to speak to the internal configuration of the building. So it's possible that the units may be different sizes and different locations, connected and configured in different ways depending on how the market responds to these.
If I may just add to that as well, the building code would require that all the commercial units, because they're completely separate from residential, that they have washing facilities. And
Can you just outline where the elevators are?
Yeah. Let's see here. So each building has an elevator added to it, or a residential lobby added on 3rd Avenue, and an elevator in there. So that would take the residents up to the 2nd floor where there's been a corridor added. So then they could access their units separately from the commercial.
And then there's also stairs accessing
Yeah.
units from the back.
Yeah.
Councilor Chappelle and Councilor Wright.
Thanks. So all the commercial spaces are just counted on the road, on the street parking? There's no...
No, our zoning bylaw only regulates on-street parking, or on-site parking. So
the commercial spaces...
That's where they are, with the exception of the 1 space that's requested as a variance. They are meeting the zoning bylaw requirement.
So all the commercial spaces are within the...
Yeah, on-site.
If I may, we allow up to 4 off-site parking within, but they're asking for 5, so they need a variance of 1 on what is not encompassed on the site. Councilor Elliott.
So, I'm a little bit confused, because when this came before us in January, one of the things that was emphasized was both times this went to ADP, and then staff's recommendation was last time was a big concern about the setbacks, because we wanted enough room on 3rd Avenue for our active transportation plan, and off-street parking and road widths. And this afternoon committee of the whole, we were talking about our truck route study, and we were, many of us rejected 3rd Avenue because in our active transportation plan, it's a major thoroughfare in that plan. And so I'm confused by why this has come forward now, and suddenly we don't have a concern with the road allowance and preserving that. And that's not well explained to me in the report. And it's the reason I rejected this last time. Is because I believe we need to protect that road at its width. So I thought this was going to come back looking completely different.
if I may, the direction we received, so that is still a concern. I believe in discussions with our engineering department, if we can make it work, it's not going to be ideal, but it will work for active transportation purposes. the concern is still there and is still valid, but the direction we got at last meeting from council was to revisit the commercial space requirements. And so that's what we've done. That was a staff concern as well, the lack of commercial space, and that was a big one. And that's why we're now supporting this development. It's because we're recognizing that it is a site that was initially zoned for this development. Our standards have changed over time, but the active transportation infrastructure can be accommodated. It's not ideal, but it can be accommodated.
Does that answer your question? You might not like the answer, but
I
this
don't
is the
really.
question.
My understanding is that when something lapses, then they have to bring it back under our new standards. Is that not the case?
That is true.
And so what I'm seeing here is that we're gonna compromise on what we want for our road, but I guess we can make do. And we're gonna compromise a bit on parking, but maybe we can make do, although all the feedback we get, a lot of times from downtown is we can't make do. And so I've just seen this like sort of whittling away of what we've set as a bar to try and preserve streetscapes and the feeling and the look of downtown. We talked a few months ago about this zone being really important, transitioning from downtown into a light industrial area. And I'm still really struggling to see how this particular development accomplishes those things.
Question, because there's more commercial space, because we've taken the stairways out of each of the commercial units, there's more commercial space, and that's what's now made it so that they need more parking because we determine it on a square foot basis. I'm just wondering where that, where that tipping point is. If there's 200 square meters less commercial space or 200 square feet less commercial space, would they still require that parking variance, for example? Like where's that, what's the number that tips them over to require the extra parking?
So our zoning bylaw requires 2 commercial parking spaces for every 100 square meters of commercial area. So it's essentially 1 parking space for every 50 square meters of commercial.
And so, if they were to only have 14,
They could meet the parking here if they reduce the commercial space by 50 square meters, which is something that the proponent did discuss with staff, and staff thought that the variance was a better alternative to reducing the amount of commercial space.
okay, thank you. Any questions, Councillor Shaw?
No, it's one of those, I'm struggling with a lot of this, as the public, for the same reasons.
Yeah, and just to clarify, council can deliberate on the whole DP based on our DP guidelines that governs this. So we can determine if it does or doesn't meet our DP guidelines. That's up to council. It's the variances that there's the public component to in terms of the comment, just to make sure that's clear with everybody. I'll just quickly go back to the public to see if there's anyone else who'd like to speak to the variances of the development permit. Okay, I don't see any. Councillor, are there any more questions or comments? Yeah, please. Yeah, please come on up.
I was just wondering, why do you have to choose between setbacks, parking, commercial space? Why do you have to choose? Why can't you have it all? Why can't you say, this is all up to us to approve, so come back to us with something that meets our guidelines?
We can.
Okay,
Yeah.
just putting that out there. You
Yeah.
don't have to choose. You can make a plan that benefits
no
our
to the
community for the
variances.
future.
Yeah, we can say no to the variances. Yeah. Come on up.
Damien Lustig, 37767 2nd Avenue. I just wanted to note that on January 17th, Council had asked staff to continue to work with the applicant to address concerns regarding the viability of the proposed commercial spaces. By removing the stairs, yes, we are certain that those are not going to get turned into part of that townhouse. But I just don't understand why we're looking at these large amounts of small commercial spaces
in an industrial transition zone with a port that is planning to expand. These areas, when we conceptualize these areas, they need to be done within the context of preferred urban structure. Okay, if we don't build it to be what we want, if we keep putting hodgepodge little weird stuff everywhere and walls so nobody can see anything, and bad sight lines in areas where transport trucks fly. Have you seen shift change in the area? Have you seen, when the port shift change, it's a racetrack. Those trucks are flying around that corner. There's no stop sign for them. They just crank around that corner. Now you're going to change that? It's been like that forever. We'll end up with accidents on that corner for sure, and severe ones. I worked in the TFL for a long time, and I've seen what happens when trucks hit cars because of sight lines, and it's not pretty. I just think we need to put a lot more thought into what we allow in this transitional zone. We're not providing enough space for the cars, for the commuters, and as long as we keep providing commercial zones that are not viable in any sort of business case, we get to keep the cars because there's nowhere for anybody to work. They all got to go to Vancouver. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor Huntsman, just for clarity, for the purpose of the public hearing, a development variance permit, council has discretion on the variances, but in terms of the development permit itself, as long as the applicant meets the guidelines, there is little discretion. This is not a rezoning application. The land use is already zoned. So if that helps clarify our process and what is and isn't available for council's discretion and decision.
And there is interpretability within the DP guidelines for each individual councillors, but rejection of a DP has to be relevant to rejecting it based on an individual council's interpretation of not meeting the guidelines. So it's not as clear cut as a rezoning where council has the discretion on any given reason to reject it. We are confined by our decision making from a legislative point of view on a development permit. We can, as you pointed out, specifically reject variances, but we have to give a very clear rationale based on our DP guidelines why we would reject the development permit in and of itself. It's not a land use decision we're making at this point.
So just on the history of the land use decision, which is really interesting to me because I do consider this a transition. It went from industry to C4, or was already rezoned by previous council from industry to C4?
It was rezoned to CD 43, which is a zone unique to this site that allows for a range of uses, artisan uses, arts and culture, business and professional office, personal service establishment, restaurant, apartment dwelling, accessory sales.
So everything.
In some ways, it was based on C10 and mirrors those uses.
Can I just follow up on that? The OCP designation, have we discussed the CD zones and the transition areas in that area as far as having...
We are getting really off topic with regard to the
I'm wondering if, we have an OCP, we're in the middle of an OCP review.
It complies with our OCP.
It complies with our current OCP.
The zoning complies with our current OCP. It has to, legally.
Is that one of the history of that?
Well, and not to say that the conversation about our new OCP isn't valid, it's just not valid right here in this room.
Exactly.
Yeah, at this time. I'll just, yes.
If we may clarify on the sidelines have come up as an issue in the comments, and they do address the sideline requirements in our zoning bylaw. Needless to say, there may, with further development in this area, there may need to be other traffic calming improvements that have to happen in the street. So if this intersection, 3rd Avenue and Vancouver, is right now not controlled, that might have to change as development grows in that area.
Quick question with regard to the parking variance. There's nowhere to put one more parking stall on this site?
I believe the proponent tried pretty hard to squeeze it on there and wasn't able to, unfortunately.
Council, any more questions about DP? I have one more question. The open space variance. I wonder if you could articulate the rationale for that, please.
In
Actually, I have a slide on that. So, that doesn't really help. Municipal open space is required for multi-unit development in Squamish, but it's not typically required in other downtown zones. For example, the C4 zone, which has a large residential component, doesn't require usable open space, but it is required because this is a comprehensive development zone. That was added to the zoning bylaw after CD 43 was adopted. So in Staff's opinion, because this project is located downtown where higher density than elsewhere is supported, and because it's in close proximity to downtown parks, this open space variance was considered to be reasonable.
Thank you. Council, any more questions? Seeing none, community, is there any, quickly, yep, please come up and state your names.
I have a brief concern.
Yep, just wait till you're at the podium, just because we need you at the microphone. Please, thank you. Please just state your name and your street address, and if you represent yourself.
My name is Harold Ginger. I own the property immediately to the east of this particular development. Our properties are separated by a lane, and that lane has a bit of a drainage problem, so my concern is in a different direction from parking, etc. But I guess I'd like to know, make sure that there's no further pressure water-wise on that lane, because I have 6 different tenants that have their loading doors in that lane, and there's only 2 drains there that take the water away. So if there's any more water pressure applied to that lane, it could be a real problem. And also snow removal is a real problem this winter. So I guess that's probably a question for the engineering, if it goes ahead, make sure that there's no extra pressure in that lane, because I could have some severe flooding.
Yeah, good question. It's not
Thank you.
specifically relevant to the DP, but I don't know, Mr. Buxton, can you perhaps answer his question even offline? My understanding is...
Well, I can be very quick, is that the design of the lane would need to be incorporated into be part of the frontage improvement, so it'll need to be upgraded. At that point, we'll deal with the stormwater issues.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go one more time to the public who'd like to speak to any of the variances in this DP application. Seeing none, council, what are your thoughts? I'll move the DP for the sake of debate. For a second, or seconded by Councillor Race. Anyone like to speak to this? Happy to do it. Councillor Race, go ahead.
Thank you. And as staff said, this did come to us a couple weeks ago. And at that time, I didn't have concerns with the variances. And those arose partly because of the change in I think significantly because of the change in regulations from the time this project was conceived until today. They had taken steps to increase some of the setbacks and had some overhangs and so forth. And so personally, I didn't have a problem with those variances. I don't have a problem with that one parking variance. My concern several weeks ago was with respect to commercial, and so as a result of trying to accommodate that, we find the requirements have gone up, and so that's the reason for that variance, and I can forgive that. I am happy to see that the commercial is now, in my mind, more viable. The problem I saw before was that each commercial unit was quite small and was tied to the living unit above it. So it was like the lobby or the basement of a residential unit. And trying to incorporate, get several of them together would have been problematic. You'd have had to have arrangements between different strata owners. Now you're talking about knocking down walls, which is always a problem in a strata complex. So it just was not viable to me. So separating the commercial and the residential, for me, is the big step in this over the last few weeks. And now we do have viable commercial, which I think was certainly my goal to see come out of this project. So I will support the staff recommendation.
I have a quick question, and then I'll go to Councillor Elliott. think the report said that there's cash in lieu for the 4, but no cash in lieu for the 1 variance, correct? Can we request cash in lieu for the 1 variance as well?
I don't believe so.
We can only request cash in lieu for,
Our zoning bylaw allows for a maximum of 4 cash and lieu spaces outside of, I believe, off Cleveland.
and
In the
council
downtown area.
can't override that? Can we not make a motion to override that? Ms. Arthurs?
Mayor Heinzman, it's the requirement is set, established by bylaw. So, 4 required under the bylaw. I'm not sure of a mechanism that you would
What if,
trigger
if I-
the 5th.
If I may, if the variance was to the other provision of the bylaw that says 4, for cash in lieu, and to make that a 5 for cash in lieu, then there wouldn't be a parking variance required, it'd just be a more cash in lieu allowance.
Varying the requirement under the zoning bylaw. Right. Yeah.
I'll let you ruminate on that while Councillor Elliott.
So I appreciate the effort by the proponent to change the setup of the commercial and put a covenant on it, but I had problems with the setbacks the last time. You know, both times this went to ADP, the ADP really asked for that to be addressed. To me, it's still a concern. I don't want these buildings right up against the road. I think we should allow for a full road allowance here. And you know, the problem I have, and we see this in multifamily developments, is that you get a lot size, and we have setbacks and parking requirements for a reason. To me, variances should, you know, are there possibly because it makes the development better. These variances make things worse for the neighborhood, all of them. And so I can't support it. I wanted it to come back looking different than it does. And so I don't support the setback variances or the parking variances.
So just, and maybe I'm looking to Robin to clarify, if you want to, can the councillor amend a motion if they don't want to see a variance on there?
Yes, right now.
Just wanted to make sure that was.
You can do a friendly amendment with the mover and seconder, or you can have a motion to amend.
Just think about that, Councillor Schwell?
Yeah, I would appreciate that as well. I would agree, I don't want to see, we've got all of those lots that are going to come up for redevelopment, and if we start getting variances for street, we're going to have lanes going, and nothing's going to line up. We have to maintain our parking and our street setbacks so that we can allow active transportation. I do appreciate, as Councilor Ray said, you know, I appreciate both the comments. I do like that the commercial spaces are flexible. I like what they've done with the separation of the commercial spaces. We do not have a place for downtown parking currently, and I do think that constant variances on the parking spaces right now for commercial are not something that I can support. And I think that they can adjust things to do a little bit better with the setbacks. I know that the setbacks were there for commercial space, and I appreciate that these lots can be difficult, but a little bit less. And, you know, this lot has the opportunity for second floor commercial and to be more dense because the CD zone allows it. So if you want to, you know, the building can look different. It doesn't have to be this exact setup. And if you if it became a renegotiated lot, you could have second floor commercial space, which would address the employment land in the area. Artesian doesn't mean no employment. Artisan. Artesian bread, right? Artisan work zone.
Artesian well.
I never understood the artisan work zone. The CD zones actually include everything now, so I don't understand the differences between those two things. But I just think that that area really deserves a little bit more employment, and artisan zoning allows for that. So that's what I'd like to see is a transition zone between the workspace.
So just to clarify, we're not in a rezoning and you
Yep.
can't reject a DP
I'm not
for
rejecting
land
it
use.
for parking and setbacks.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. Councillor Kent?
Yeah, I have issues also with the variances, especially the parking and the size, the footprint on the lot. I can appreciate the proponent went to great lengths to accommodate the commercial request that we made, but I still had issues with the variances before, and I still have them now.
Okay, council, you know your tools. If you'd like to amend the motion on the floor, you have that option. I will put an amendment forward because my council seems to be under. I will amend that we take away the road, the front lot line setback.
It's the Third Avenue one.
That's Third Avenue.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, that's Vancouver. Is the
We
front.
don't need to say.
Vancouver, so I meant to
So that one.
Third Avenue one.
So that needs to-
And I'm open to both,
So
but I think Third Avenue is the one of major concern.
that amendment would result in a major redesign being required and the development permit not happening.
Essentially, the development permit does not work without that variance.
Yeah,
So it'll go back.
so it would have to go back.
Okay. So there's an amendment, is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Chappelle. And I was speaking specifically to the Third Avenue. Yeah. Whatever one that one is. I was getting confused with the side.
That's the exterior side lot line.
Okay, on the amendment. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Race and Mayor Huntsman opposes. Motion carries. There's an amended motion on the floor. I was opposed to that. Okay, so there's an amendment. We understand that it considerably changes the DP and therefore it may need to come back anyway. I'll call the question on the amended motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We get Councillor. Hi. Thanks, Councillor Clare. Find my agenda. All right, bouncing around, we are on 7A, first reading of District of Squamish zoning bylaw, number 2211 amendment bylaw, GFA exclusion below FCL number 2514/2016.
Apologies, just one moment.
I'm wondering, I'm not sure if there's anyone left in the audience with regard to the public hearing earlier, but Councillor Reyes, maybe did you want to do that one while we wait? Consideration for
On
third
the
reading?
amendment, sorry. Sure.
Councillor Reyes?
I'll move the third reading.
Your seconded by Councillor Elliott.
I'll speak to it briefly. And this essentially takes a commercial operation and just adds a couple of additional uses, which in my mind, some of which already exist there, but adds the additional liquor license scenarios. I understand there are issues around noise, and there are issues around hours. Those came out in the correspondence, but I don't think those are zoning issues so much as possibly liquor board regulation or noise bylaw issues that can be dealt with separately. So for me, this is relatively straightforward. These are compatible uses for that site in that neighborhood. So I'm happy to support the zoning.
Councillor Pryor.
Well, I do agree that they're compatible issues and all that, but we're getting a reduction in sidewalks to a blacktop sidewalk. And we've got a busy bus stop right and I noticed that the owner guy's gone, but I just can't believe that we're not going for a bus stop. I mean, we want something sheltered there. And I know when I mentioned it to someone before, they said, oh, the bus stop's gonna be $35,000, and the guy could never pay for a $35,000 bus stop covered. But there is other designs of bus stops. I mean, you can get a bus stop for $10,000. You can probably get a bus stop for $5,000 if we allow 4 metal posts and a metal roof. And so I just think it's kind of nearsighted that we're doing a road widening right by a busy bus stop, and we're not getting a bus stop. So I just hope that everybody hears that and we don't allow sidewalk widenings without getting a roof over something. And then for the garbage, I mean, the neighbor complained about the garbage, and I know it passed last time with the garbage. If there's something that can be done to make that better for the neighbor, hopefully you guys will do that.
A question with regard to the bus stop. Can council, through the rezoning, add the creation of a simple bus stop to that site?
Yes, it's discretional. The rezoning is discretional. Because it's purely commercial development, staff have supported this proposal without adding additional requirements. If there was a residential component, then it would absolutely make sense to ask more than what's in the bylaw. But because it's not, commercial development struggles a little bit more to pay for the development of the site. And that's the reason why we didn't ask for a bus stop to be installed. Council can absolutely request that, and we will look for what is a simple design.
Council, any other comments, questions? Councilor Chappelle?
Say next slide, e.g. next. Is there more?
This is for the following, for the next item on the
next one,
agenda.
this is not for the rezoning in front of it. I know, it's a little confusing.
So that's.
Don't read that.
I won't.
Distracted.
Yes.
Councilor Reyes.
Thank you, and I'm concerned about this bus stop issue. This is what I call a lateral rezoning. In other words, there's no real increase in value here, it's just a change of use, which is common in commercial rezonings. So requesting an amenity contribution, which is really what this bus stop is actually contrary to our amenity policy. And so I would not support that. It may be that that site justifies a bus stop, and we are doing them in the district. There's several a year as budget allows, so it can go on our list, but I'm not sure that it's fair just because it's a rezoning to make that a condition of the rezoning.
Yeah, and I'll go to Councilor Perrin in a second. I'm happy to support this rezoning for many of the reasons that have already been stated. I think there's been long overdue improvements to that area that weren't fulfilled the last time around, so I look forward to seeing the augmentation of that whole streetscape and the inclusion of the piece onto the side road as well, I think is helpful. Councillor Pryor and Councillor Schwab.
Yeah, I mean, I heard planning say that in these kind of things, infrastructure requirements should be there. And when the whole facility was built, there was never any infrastructure improvements along Diamond Head Road. And sidewalks, curbs, and gutters should be asked for, but because they're so expensive, we're just asking for a blacktop surface. So saving the guy 150 feet of sidewalks, curbs, and gutters is a big savings. So, I mean, the project's going through and we're giving the guy big savings. I mean, because that is a requirement of commercial. Anyway, and a bus stop, I mean, I would like to see us look at, if the proponent was here, I was gonna say to him, why don't you look up some thrifty bus stop shelter? Because I know the ones we look at are like $35,000, $40,000, and you see them, I mean, they're beautiful bus stops. But I drive by them and I see them when I'm surfing different countries, these little tin roofs with 4 posts and 4 people standing. I'm thinking, there's a functional bus shelter. We should at least get that. We're saving the guy 20 or 30,000
Council, you have
dollars.
Councillor Pryor, you have the opportunity to amend what's on the floor.
Well, I'd
So
like to make
just,
a motion that we try and get a thrifty bus stop put in there.
okay, I'm not sure we can put a motion that we try, but a motion that included in the rezoning is a bus shelter on Garibaldi Road, Diamond Head Road. Thrifty bus shelter. Is there a seconder to that? I'll second it for argument. Councillor Kent, did you want to speak to it?
Just gonna second that.
So on the amendment, on the addition of a thrifty bus shelter, whatever that might be. So I think I think we're talking about something under $8,000 or $10,000, I'm assuming. And I would expect the proponent to come back with a design that we can sign off on. Does that make sense?
Because it wouldn't be new information after the public hearing, if we introduce,
It's an addition to, I'm not sure, it would necessitate going back to.
so you would like to see the design prior to adoption?
I don't think council needs to design, I think
Okay.
just staff needs to see. the
Okay,
design.
yeah, we can do that.
Councillor Elliott.
I'm not gonna support this motion. I think that the improvements that we're gonna get out of this are great. I don't wanna see a hodgepodge of thrifty bus stops around town. I wanna see well-made investments and assets that will last a long time. So I think, I won't support the amendment.
Councillor Chappelle.
Thanks, I'm also not going to support the amendment, but I will also point out that the taxes of, going from on-the-wheel food truck to a brick-and-mortar restaurant is going to increase the taxation on the lot, which will afford us a bus stop at some point. And I agree with Councillor Race that that's a municipal piece of infrastructure, and that the employment value of building brick and mortar is in itself an amendment,
Amenity.
and then I'm in trouble with.
That's okay, it's all good. A word. Yeah.
Exactly.
So just to clarify, the Locavore is just moving its food truck, so it's staying, but there's a new, and the Cloudburst is moving over there. So it's just moving into where the garden center used to be.
Yes, and upgrading that building.
Okay, so on the amendment, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Chappelle, Race, Elliott, and Mayor Huntsman opposed. Motion fails. So there is a motion in front of council. Unless I see a hand, I'll call the question.
I do have another comment,
Mm-hmm.
and I should have thought about that earlier. When these commercial developments come forward to us, I'd just like to make sure that the planning staff let the proponent know that when it snows, they're responsible for the sidewalks. Put that in big writing on their business license.
Yes, all private property owners are responsible for the sidewalks outside of adjoining their property. 100%. I'll call the question unless I see a hand. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to 7A1.
Okay, the next item is bylaw 2514, 2016 is proposed. This is for gross floor area exclusion below the flood construction level. Apologies for the echoes. So this amendment proposes exempting all floor area located below the flood construction level from gross floor area calculations. So this would apply, sorry, I should have had this open. This would apply to all residential, rural, and resource zones. And staff recommend that this proposed bylaw actually be defeated. And the rationale for defeating this is that if approved, it would result in the ability to build much larger homes. I'll show an example of this on the next slide. And that ability to build more area below the flood construction level would increase the risk of damage to buildings and property in a flood event. So just as an example, if all of the gross floor area below the flood construction level were exempted from the gross floor area were to be excluded, on a typical downtown lot, 50 by 120 feet, that's 6,000 square foot lot area. Right now, you're allowed to build 3,000 square feet on that property. And so it's the floor area ratio that currently limits the maximum size of buildings. So if you add this large exemption in gross floor area to that floor area ratio, you end up permitting a much larger building. So that's the lower picture there, where all of that bottom area on this typical lot, just as an example, would be exempted from the gross floor area. And that results in a much larger house, and would also mean, of course, that that larger area below would be at increased risk of damage in the event of a flood. So for those reasons, staff recommend that the bylaw number, that bylaw 2514/2016, that first reading be defeated.
Thanks. With the height restrictions, I can't see how we're looking at massively, like, we have height restrictions, we have setback restrictions, so 50 by 100 foot lot. I'm just thinking about, we just built a laneway and we have 4 people living in 500 square feet. If we didn't have to include the downstairs flood construction level, we'd have a family accessible space to live in and be able to densify our lot, which is actually what we want, is more family space to live in. So in the downtown, it works out, and having more family space and more family accessible laneway houses is what this would actually encourage in the downtown, to be able to have 2 bedrooms instead of 1 bedroom. So I'm just using a downtown lot as an example. And we still have coverage of the site bylaws. So how would the FCL, because you still can't cover the entire lot of the building except for your setbacks.
Through your Mayor Huntsman, right now it is the floor area ratio that limits the maximum size, in addition to the setbacks and the height. So if you look at those setbacks and height, up on the screen there, on this typical downtown lot, it's a good example. You would be able to have a total of 2,500 square feet on the ground level once you take the setback considerations into account. And overall, you would increase the amount of building that you could put on that lot, even with the setback and the height and the lot coverage requirements. You would be able to go up to 5,500 square feet, whereas right now the floor area ratio limits it to 3,000 square feet. So the net result would be a much larger building being permitted on a lot. It sort of takes away the power of the floor area ratio to limit the maximum size of the building.
So I think what Councillor Chappelle's trying to get to is the unintended consequence of minimizing the opportunity for laneway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that an unintended consequence of this? I understand the rationale of trying to minimize the monster home per se, but
Yeah.
is it also minimizing our opportunity for laneway?
Yeah,
Or
if you had
suites?
a monster home and a laneway house would not be, that, yeah, you'd be able to have both with this amendment.
Right.
But the amendment won't really affect like carriage houses, detached carriage homes, because people normally max, the size is so limited, the maximum size, only 70 square meters, that people normally maximize that out anyways, and this won't limit it. This will, if we remove the limits that we have now, it will allow for larger principal dwelling units. And it will also incentivize larger floor area below the flood construction level, because that's going to be totally exempt from the FCL or the GFA calculations.
And may actually reduce the opportunity for laneway homes or suites, in theory. Okay, I'm just trying to get my head around it too.
Yeah, that's a tough one, because I look at FCL right now, and currently it's used for parking and storage. And so, right now, the way it is, if you have a laneway house, your basement, because you're not allowed the floor area in the top of the house, and including the fact that the 3-wall versus 2-wall closed in, even your entrance is included in your floor area ratio. So you
We're
end
gonna
up.
fix that. It's in one of these amendments.
It's in the next.
Okay, the next,
So,
the next slide.
unless there's more questions, I'll look for council. I will put forward the motion that be given first reading. I'll just reiterate that staff is suggesting we defeat the motion, but it's better to defeat it than to just not deal with it, correct? So I'll put forward the motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor?
For discussion.
For discussion, Councillor Chappelle? For discussion? You will put your hand up. So, yeah, I'll just quickly speak to the motion, agree with staff that I think there's an unintended consequence here of sort of encouraging massive footprint houses, and so I accept that rationale and will defeat the motion. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Similar, and I just, the thing that does it for me is I don't want to encourage much larger masses of housing, which I think in some cases is already too large, so I'm not prepared to support anything that would lead us to that.
Anybody else? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Councillor Chappelle, Councillor Reyes, Councillor Elliott, myself opposed. Motion fails. So you guys both voted for it.
Yeah, that's okay. It's good. I'm just not going to caption it, so.
Okay.
No,
Yep.
I meant to defeat it.
Okay, I know it gets
Yeah,
weird.
yeah,
And Councillor Kent, motion fails. Moving on. Anyone confused about what just happened? Not very sad.
I was, obviously.
Okay, apologies for my presentation, this is sort of back to the beginning. Actually, I'm sorry, are we moving on in the agenda now?
We're on to first and second readings for District of Squamish zoning bylaw 2010-2011 amendment bylaw mini storage and drive-through restaurants.
Keep on going, keep on tracking.
Okay. So these amendments proposed have been separated into 6 bylaws. We've already talked about one of those. There are a bunch of amendments that are grouped together, and some have their own standalone bylaw. Tonight I'll review the changes proposed in each of these bylaws in this order. And all of these bylaws, with the exception of the one we've already discussed, are proposed for consideration of first and second readings. So, bylaw 2511 includes changes to mini storage and drive-throughs. So I'll start with the mini storage component of this. And by mini storage, I mean storage facilities for personal goods. Mini storage currently falls under the definition of warehouse in the zoning bylaw, which is included in the definition of light industrial. So it's a permitted use anywhere. Light industrial is permitted, which is the I1, I8, and I9 zones. So this proposed amendment would add a definition for storage facility and amend the current definition for warehouse to explicitly exclude storage facility. There are currently 5 storage facilities located in the I1 zone, and this amendment proposes that storage facility continue to be permitted use on these properties. So mini storage is an important use in Squamish, especially as we see a trend toward more multi-unit housing in Squamish. But mini storage is also a land use that typically generates a low number of jobs considering the space that it takes. The intention of the amendments proposed is to limit mini storage to locations where these facilities currently exist. And this would give the district the ability to consider applications for new mini storage on a case-by-case basis. I'll just show there are 5 properties on which a storage facility is proposed to continue to be a permitted use. These are located at 38922 Queensway, 39101 Queensway, 1124 Enterprise Way, 38931 Production Way, and 37776 3rd Avenue. I should have said at the beginning here, I'm happy to take questions whenever, but maybe we could do it by bylaw.
That's my goal. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I can compliment on this one. One of those mini storages is mine. Call me back in.
We can separate out the mini storage piece, if that's the case.
Well, I thought this was just the mini storage.
No, this is mini storage and drive-throughs. And maybe I'm looking to Ms. Arthur's. If Councillor Pryor is a mini storage
I thought
owner
it was-
and there's many mini storages,
There's 5 mini stores.
5 mini storages.
And now
is,
we're talking about the ability to consider each one on a case-by-case basis. which impacts his competitive
So he does have a
advantage.
conflict? Okay. So maybe we'll separate out, can we separate out mini storage into its own bylaw? I don't want Councillor Riss to get out of the drive-through conversation. He's not off the hook on that one. Can we do that?
You can talk about the drive-throughs, but he's not going to be able to vote on the bylaw.
Okay, so Councillor Pryor can comment, but on the drive-through aspect of the bylaw,
Right, but he can't.
but not
vote
participate
in the
in
vote
the mini
unless
storage, so
you
we can
split.
parse out the conversation.
Well, you'd have to make two bylaws.
Pull it, start away.
So why don't we do
could
this?
We could pull the mini storage out of this and bring back another bylaw at the next meeting.
Or can we separate the conversations, have a conversation about the drive-through? Councillor Pryor will leave, we can discuss mini storage and contemplate the whole bylaw?
Yeah, after he's gone, but, yeah.
Is that weird?
You can do it that way, but then what's the point of him discussing it if you can't vote on it and then comment during the vote, the debate, participate in the debate?
I'm looking to you for suggestion on how we approach it.
Oh, I think the best one would be to actually separate these bylaws, make two bylaws. So right now, remove the mini storage and bring back another long bus amendment, another bylaw number with just the mini storage part in it. And then he doesn't participate.
And that's too difficult to do right now?
Yeah, because we haven't given a number to it and written the bylaw.
Councillor Elliott?
My understanding was there was some times of the essence
Well, I think we want to do that, so I'm sort of thinking,
on the mini storage.
So that's up-
Councillor
but that's
Pryor,
up to
you are out of the room, thank you very much.
Yeah, 'cause farther on down the road, I'm in there too, on downtown South.
All right, I tried to separate. All right, continue, thank you.
Okay, next I'll be discussing proposed changes to two types of drive-throughs, drive-through restaurants and drive-through facilities. I'll start with drive-through restaurants. So drive-through restaurant is currently a permitted use throughout the tourist commercial, it's the C3 zone, and in a number of other locations that are specific to certain properties and zones. There are currently 6 drive-through restaurants in Squamish, and 2 new ones are proposed, for which a development permit was authorized last summer. This amendment proposes removing drive-through restaurant as a permitted use in the C3 zone, with the exception of 3 properties on which a drive-through is currently located. In the C4 zone, there are only 2 properties that are currently permitted to have a drive-through restaurant, and one of these has a drive-through, so no change to this property is proposed. But the second, which is at 38167 Cleveland, no longer has a drive-through, and this amendment proposes removing drive-through as a permitted use for the C4 zone property. In the C9 zone, there are no current drive-throughs or proposals for new drive-throughs, so this amendment proposes removing drive-through as a permitted use in the C9 zone. And finally, drive-through restaurant is a permitted use on one I1 zone property, and there is a drive-through there, and it's proposed to continue to be a permitted use, but the legal description is proposed to be updated to reflect a lot consolidation that happened prior to development of the site. Moving on to drive-through facilities. So the zoning bylaw doesn't currently define non-restaurant drive-throughs, so by default, it's a permitted use throughout Squamish as long as the use is otherwise permitted in the zone. So this amendment proposes adding a definition for drive-through facility and permitting this use only on 2 locations where a drive-through facility is currently located. Both of these existing drive-through facilities happen to be banks. So that's it for the mini storage and drive-through sections. I'm happy to take questions now or wait until the end to discuss all bylaws together.
I think we'll do them separately. Any questions on the drive-through / mini storage? Move first and second reading, moved by Councillor Phil, second by Councillor Kent. Discussion? I think you have to wait until public hearing.
Exactly.
Anybody else? Councillor Reyes?
Yeah, thank you. And anybody that's been following this knows that this has been an ongoing discussion over 2 council terms now. But just so that people don't get the wrong idea of it, at least I'll speak for myself, this is not a ban. What this takes away is the the thing that was a surprise to me, at least, when we were dealt with the property with CIBC is the Garibaldi Way and Highway 99, of how if you put a financial institution there, they had a right to a drive-through, which, depending on the site you want a financial institution, may or may not be appropriate for that site. So it just puts the discretion on a site-by-site basis back in council's hands to approve or not approve a drive-through, depending on all the surrounding circumstances.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Kent, do you mind getting Councillor Rice, please?
Okay.
On to the next.
Okay, the next bylaw on the list is 2512, which is a series of miscellaneous amendments. There are a number of amendments proposed in this bylaw that are thought to be housekeeping in nature, so I'll start with these. These include replacing the word duplex with dwelling 2-unit throughout the bylaw, just to provide consistency. Dwelling 2-unit is a defined term, whereas duplex is not. The next one is to update language in the general regulations section to clarify that the general regulations section in fact applies to all zones in Squamish, not just a limited number. Right now, as we've added zones, we haven't added the section numbers to this section. The next one is to add setback requirements for accessory structures, which is currently missing from the general regulations section. We would talk about accessory buildings, but not accessory structures. To clarify the intent of a subsection that requires screening between commercial, industrial, or institutional uses between those and residential uses. And all this does is reorganize some bullet points to get rid of an extra "and" that shouldn't be there. Clarify the general regulations section that the gross floor area of garages can only be accepted once per dwelling unit, with the exception of a secondary suite that is located within a single dwelling unit. So it's currently unclear whether this exemption for garages applies to both principal residents with an attached garage and a detached garage located on the same property, and whether it can be used more than once for duplexes or townhouses. So this is the amendment that will help you with the laneway house. What this would allow is for that garage exemption to be used twice on a property with a house and a separate detached suite. Or if you have a series of townhouses, you could exempt the garage from each townhouse unit. It just clarifies what practice is right now. This also proposes clarifying, also in the general regulations section, that covered balconies, decks, patios, and porches that are open on 2 sides, right now we require 3, that these can be exempted from gross floor area calculations. It adds regulations for accessory buildings to the residential mobile home park, RMH1 zone, which would bring this into alignment with other residential zones. And proposes changing the permitted use home occupation multiple unit to home occupation residential in the RMH1 zone and home occupation office in the Artisan Village C10 zone, because home occupation multiple unit is not a defined term, so this change would just bring the bylaw, or make sure that the defined terms are being used in the bylaw rather than an undefined term. So miscellaneous amendments, this proposed bylaw also proposes updating the list of uses that are permitted throughout all zones to include electric vehicle charging stations, everywhere except residential zones, district thermal energy systems, and public art. The definition of height is proposed to be updated to increase clarity for designers and staff. No changes are proposed to the permitted height of structures in any zones. The amendment simply clarifies where height is to be measured to for different roof types. And the diagram is also proposed to be included in the bylaw.
That's the end of that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, there's more in this bylaw.
Okay, yeah, if we can go through all the ones in this bylaw, and then we'll go to questions.
Okay. So moving on, this amendment proposes changes for new carriage houses on existing structures. So because setbacks for accessory buildings have changed over the years in some zones, it is possible to have an accessory building that was built with proper permits to the required setbacks of the day, but that doesn't meet the current zoning requirements. And under the current bylaw, a vertical carriage house addition to such an existing building would have to meet current setbacks. So this amendment proposes allowing a carriage house to be built above an existing non-conforming accessory building as long as the accessory building was built before March 2016, that was the date of the last omnibus amendment to the zoning bylaw, and that its siting is what's known as legally non-conforming, and that it complied with the required setbacks at the time it was built. The objective of this amendment is to make it easier for people who might be in the situation to add a detached accessory dwelling to their property. And should this amendment proceed, the onus would be on the proponents of the new accessory dwelling to prove that the existing accessory building meets these conditions. Three topics on this slide. The first is for heating, air conditioning, and ventilation, or HVAC systems. For multi-unit residential, commercial, and industrial buildings, these can be a noise nuisance to adjacent residential properties. And to help dampen the sound generated by this equipment, solid screening around the equipment is proposed to be required for new HVAC systems. Next one is change to retaining wall regulations. So right now, the height of combined retaining walls and fences is currently limited to 2.44 meters when located within 1.22 meters of a front or exterior side lot line. This amendment proposes limiting the height to the same, 2.44 meters, when located within 1.22 meters of any lot line. So this would also include the rear and interior side lot lines. Next is access requirements. So there are currently a few driveway regulations in the zoning bylaw, and really the subdivision and development control bylaw should be the authority on access. So this amendment proposes removing the overlapping regulations from the zoning bylaw, which will eliminate a few conflicts that currently exist between the two bylaws. Next is a change to office use in the business park for a few properties. So as Squamish grows, we're seeing increased demand for office space. The objective of this proposed amendment is to permit the use of underutilized existing second-story office space in the business park. So 2 buildings in the business park have been identified as having second-story office space that meets the requirement of the building code for separate office use. And this amendment proposes permitting office use only in those 2 buildings, which is thought to be a quick win for adding office space without reducing the available space for industrial uses. And this wouldn't permit further development of this type of building. It just sort of allows what's already happening there. The next change is to usable open space. The zoning bylaw currently requires that any new multi-unit residential projects provide usable open space, which is typically
This is all still the same bylaw.
I know, but we're just moving far along, I've got 4 separate things that are.
Piling up? You want
Yeah,
to,
I'm piling up.
why don't we
a
take a
bunch of
break and
questions, so-
we'll answer some questions? and
sounds
then-
good.
Yeah, go ahead.
District energy utility
Yeah.
bylaw. I thought that had been removed, the forcing of building thermal energy.
It's not-
systems versus renewable.
My understanding is not forcing it, it's simply
it's just-
allowing it if someone wants to do it.
If
Is
somebody
that
wants
correct?
to attach to a system that we don't have.
It's simply allowing it, it's not
Right.
forcing anything. Simply just saying it's permissible, correct?
That's correct. The bylaw that requires connections currently sits at second reading. It's not enforced right now.
And I'll just add that the zoning bylaw right now has a definition for the district thermal energy system, but doesn't include any place where it's permitted.
Okay, so this doesn't force people
No.
into it, it says that
No.
if you want to put it in, then attach.
It doesn't force anybody.
And can I just
Keep going, yeah.
what I have? I'm wondering why there is a retroactive to before March 2016 for the building laneways. If you buy a house and somebody built a garage and you buy a house, for instance, and want to put a laneway on top of a garage that was built after March 2016, why would we restrict that?
If I may, so the last omnibus, the minibus, introduced larger setbacks for carriage houses, so detached secondary suites. And so the idea was that any accessory building that was built before then would be able to build a carriage house on top despite of that provision. But anything after the minibus, people would have known that there is a requirement to put a greater setback for accessory residential dwellings.
Right, so if they build it after they have the setbacks, but, so they can, with the setbacks, they can build the secondary suite on top.
Yes. Yeah.
And then the HVAC unit, if it's noisy right now, can we make that retroactive to, it's impossible to make it retroactive because I know that there are buildings right now that have extremely noisy HVAC systems where residents complain all the time. We can't force them to do noise control.
That's right, the zoning bylaw wouldn't be retroactive.
Okay.
The noise bylaw should cover that.
And then probably a bigger discussion, although, and I completely agree with making the second floor office space, but because we're just making it those two buildings, I'm wondering if we allowed it in other places, would we get more density in the business park for second floor office space? Because currently we just have industrial on the ground floor. If we actually allowed second floor office space throughout the industrial park, we might actually increase the density and allow more employment land. Currently, we're only going to get pop-up cement buildings because of the restrictions and not allow professional use on the second floor. But if we only allowed professional use on the second floor, people might actually build density.
Is that a question or comment?
I'm just wondering why we would just restrict, we're noticing that people are building second floor office space, which is what we want, but we're restricting it to only two buildings instead of, I'm just wondering if there's a,
To be honest, what we're trying to do is accommodate where it is already. I think the larger issue is a much more robust discussion that we think is probably best accommodated when we do the overall zoning bylaw. I mean, we're fixing some issues we see right now. We would be the first to acknowledge that there are some much larger issues that we do need to address.
excellent. Okay, thank you. I'm done. Thank you, and you're doing a great job.
So on the ones we've done so far.
Yeah, on the ones we've done so far. So not putting electric car charging station in residential areas. Just curious why we would not allow it. I mean, obviously people are going to have them in their homes, but you just don't want to see them appearing on the side of the street.
Yeah, the way that it's defined in the zoning bylaw right now, it's sort of analogous to a gas station.
Not a gas station at all.
Let me check the definition here.
It could take on a larger scale than just a single car charging station.
Okay. That's fine. I just wanted to understand how you were envisioning them. So what we're trying to limit is like multiple stalls with charging stations appearing in residential areas. That's
correct.
Yes.
Just for clarification, Mayor Heisman, through you, is the question that will this preclude someone from having a charging station in their garage?
No, that's not
No?
the question.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out what we were trying to limit here.
Okay.
And it's multiple parking stalled kind of charging stations. Because I think what we want to protect is that still is still available in neighborhood hubs as they get built out, but
Exactly.
not in residential areas.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, I should add here that the definition of electric vehicle charging station is that it's a public charging station located in commercial, comprehensive development, mixed use, industrial, institutional, or civic zones. So by definition, it already excludes residential zones.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. What about, I'm just thinking about the trailheads that are in neighborhoods that may in the future have, need charging stations as people move to electric. So as we build parking or areas where we have trail users parking at the end of residential roads, and we may in the future need a single charging station or get that as an amenity for larger developments in those areas. Would this restrict a single charging station in those areas?
I think with some of the bigger developments that could, we see that come up in negotiations when we go through the zoning process, because normally there's a zoning process. At some of the trailheads, they will have park zoning in place, so that would allow for a charging station to be located.
Okay.
Okay, moving on, usable open space. So the zoning bylaw currently requires that new multi-unit residential projects provide usable open space, which is typically a green space that is accessible to all residents. And they also have to provide private open space in the form of a patio, deck, or private yard. The problem we have right now is that these two types of usable open space, common and private, are lumped together in one definition, and it's difficult to distinguish which is required. This amendment doesn't propose any change to the amount of usable open space required in any zone. It's just meant to clarify whether it's common space or private space or both that's required. And to achieve this, 2 new definitions are proposed, and within each zone that currently requires usable open space, it would be clarified when we're talking about common open space and when we mean private open space. Accessory dwellings in industrial in the I-1 zone. So industrial zone properties are currently permitted to have an accessory dwelling, a caretaker suite, if you will. What's not currently clear in the bylaw is whether it's 1 caretaker suite that's permitted per property or 1 per building, or what it means when a building is stratified. So this amendment is proposed to clarify that only 1 caretaker suite is permitted on each industrial lot, regardless of how many buildings are on the lot and whether they are strata-titled. That's it for our bylaw 2512, miscellaneous amendments.
Okay, any more questions on that bylaw? It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, moving on.
Move first and second reading, seconded by Councillor Chappell. Don't see any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Oh,
On this next one, I gotta leave the room again. I mean, it's not just clarity, it's setbacks in my zone.
I think, Ms. Arthurs?
Sorry.
Can you,
C10 zone, downtown, is talking about
if we're talking about a C10 zone and Councillor Pryor owns a building in a C10 zone, does he have a conflict?
If it affects his property and his ability to buy,
It's calling
sell.
for a bit larger setback.
It's
than we
got
have
lots of
now. I mean,
properties
it
down
doesn't
there.
matter, I support it, but
No, okay, you can't talk about it if you are in conflict, but maybe I'm just, on a point here, I mean, we could all have, own property within a zone. It's affecting everyone in that zone. I'm just, I own a home. I vote on a residential zoning requirement. Just curious how this would affect Council Pryor versus anything else.
Yes.
I just
How
want it
many
to be very
properties do you
clear.
have down here in this C10? 12 or 15? In this map, see the map on the other side?
yeah, it's on the map.
Right.
It's in that map.
How many properties, sir?
I
How many
think
C10 properties? 2, well, 1,
one in the C10, one in this area.
yeah. And then a bunch of light industrial in there that are covered farther on.
That it's going to move into, right? Is that going to change?
No, the areas will be,
Actually,
I'm just trying to determine the difference between,
We're affecting is if we're doing amendments that are going to affect Ed's property.
specifically, because it's a specific area. Okay, it's not just a
It's
general
not
zone, it's a
general to the
specific
whole
area.
district, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification. Thank you, Councillor Pryor.
sorry.
You don't have to apologize. Okay,
It's included in the motions.
okay, moving on then. Bylaw 2513 proposes changes to downtown commercial and setbacks. So I'll start with, this amendment proposes 3 changes throughout downtown commercial and artisan, the downtown commercial C4 and the artisan village C10 zone properties. I'll start with the downtown commercial space changes. What's proposed is to clarify that commercial use is required along all street frontages at grade. This amendment also proposes adding a requirement for an additional floor with commercial use along all frontages. So this could be on the 2nd floor or any other. And another proposed change is requiring that these commercial units be a minimum of 10 meters in depth, which is considered to be sufficient depth to support a wide variety of commercial uses. I should clarify that when I say commercial use here, that the bylaw is proposed to permit any non-residential, non-parking use that is otherwise permitted in the C4, C10 zones to occupy this space, which includes such uses as offices, childcare, retail, personal service establishments, restaurants, school, assembly, alcoholic beverage manufacturing, artisan, and arts and culture. This proposed amendment is aligned with official community plan policies that promote downtown as the central core of the community, within which office, retail, and service commercial development is encouraged to concentrate. The draft downtown neighborhood plan also envisioned second-story commercial use throughout the downtown commercial core land use designations. I should note here that an old version of the staff report had a map in the wrong section. The downtown map in the report with the red outline is intended for the proposed amendments I'll describe next, the downtown setbacks. It's not for proposed changes to downtown commercial space. This proposed amendment to downtown commercial space would apply throughout the C4 and C10 zones, shown on this map highlighted in pink and green respectively. The staff report has been updated, should be printed in blue for you, and the proposed bylaws correctly identify these commercial space changes as proposed throughout the C4 and C10 zones.
Question?
Go ahead, yeah.
Now, in the other bylaw, of the height bylaw, it states that residential is allowed above grade on the second floor if it's step back. So how does that line, how does this line with the other one?
No, I think that's from the downtown neighborhood plan. That's,
Okay, so this.
it won't affect it.
It won't affect this, it's commercial second floor.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, another proposed change downtown to the C4 and C10 zone is to the setbacks for properties abutting Pemberton Avenue, Victoria Street, Vancouver Street, 2nd Avenue, and 3rd Avenue. It is proposed to increase the front setbacks along these streets to allow for active transportation and as well to maintain on-street parking. This amendment proposes increasing the front setback from 0 meters to 2.5 meters to allow more room for an updated streetscape that supports active transportation, while reducing the current setbacks along the lanes from 3.5 meters to 1.0 meters. These amendments are proposed because, with the exception of Cleveland Avenue and Main Street, which have 25-meter road right-of-ways, our downtown streets are only 20 meters wide, and 20 meters unfortunately doesn't leave enough room for generous sidewalks, bike lanes, on-street parking along both sides of the street. And increasing the front setbacks would provide more space for all of these things, resulting in a more pedestrian and active transportation-friendly streetscape, much like we already have on Cleveland. Staff have done some analysis of the space that would be needed to meet standards for generous pedestrian space, bike lanes, as per the new active transportation plan, maintaining on-street parking and providing buffers between these uses, and have determined that all of these things can be accommodated within a 25-meter cross-section. This slide shows just some of the differences between a 20-meter wide roadway in the top image and a 25-meter wide roadway on the bottom. And with 25 meters, you get wider sidewalks, parking on both sides of the streets, bike lanes, more greenery, and larger buffers between uses. I just want to highlight that this isn't a situation that's unique to Squamish. Here are a few examples. One is from Vancouver and one's from Toronto, showing the use of front setbacks to accommodate their desired streetscapes. So these proposed setback amendments are proposed to apply within the C4 and C10 zones to properties that abut Pemberton, Victoria, Vancouver, 2nd and 3rd, within the downtown area as shown on this map, which is bounded by Pemberton, Loggers Lane, Westminster Street, and 4th Avenue. That's actually it for bylaw 2513. It's limited to those 3 pretty major changes to downtown.
Council, any questions? You want to move first and second reading for that? Moved by Councillor Spill, second by Councillor Kent. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Can we get Councillor Pryor back, please? Thank you.
So this next amending bylaw, bylaw 2515, proposes decreasing the height of commercial zone properties along Cleveland Avenue between Buckley Avenue and Vancouver Street from 20 meters or 66 feet to 10 meters or 33 feet, or 2 stories, whichever is less. And the objective of this is to lower the height of commercial properties to align with the 2014 draft downtown neighborhood plan and forthcoming OCP update. The proposed amendments would decrease maximum height in the C4 and CD37 zones for properties fronting Cleveland Avenue. I'm sorry, it's just that one item in my
It's
law
just the
2515.
one on that one. It's a pretty big one.
It's a big one.
Councillor Chappelle.
So this one, I'm really glad it's back to discussion, and I know it has to go to public hearing, but I don't think that commercial property owners have been well informed about this. I have talked to quite a few people on this, and I definitely, I'm not sure if I agree with removing the zoning from the way it is. It's already not very commercially, I am having trouble with my note tonight. It's not commercially viable, it's barely commercially viable right now to build. And I think that with our amendments to the office space on the second floor, that we're not going to get any redevelopment in our downtown. Quite a few of those buildings are almost condemnable. And in order to redevelop them, they will have to have some density above. I like the idea of having density above commercial, especially in the commercial area. And as Mayor Heinzman spoke to at the chamber luncheon, building within your infrastructure, if we don't build density within our infrastructure in our brownfield sites, it'll end up in sprawl. And downtown is, had we not done the second floor commercial space, I might have agreed with this. But with the new amendments, it's already going to be very difficult for people to redevelop. I would agree with even a fourth floor restriction. The restrictions that are in there now are already quite, with parking and everything else, it's going to be extremely difficult to develop in the downtown. We haven't really looked at our parking bylaws with commercial zoning. So I think that needs addressing. And I think this really needs a robust public conversation separate from the long bus. So I'm not sure if you can pull this one out.
We can, that's why we're doing this separately. I did want to focus in on questions first, and we'll get to comments a little bit further down.
My concern is parking and redevelopment of the downtown.
Yes, we appreciate that. Councillor Raisman, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. And if we pass this, am I correct in saying that it still leaves it open to council on a site-by-site basis to possibly go higher on a density bonusing or whatever basis to add additional, perhaps residential use above that? Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, it would require an application to rezone.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott?
Just two quick questions for clarification. So this is part of the original downtown neighborhood plan that was never adopted, but I imagine when I was living here then, was there engagement around that plan, which always had 2 stories and then stepping back from so.
Yes, there was a lot of engagement with the community downtown on the downtown neighborhood plan.
And this amendment gives owners the ability to choose either commercial or residential, or possibly come to council for discretionary.
It would have to be commercial, both stories, because of the other amendment that's preceding this. That would require 2
Okay,
floors.
so I was just reading the part from the downtown neighborhood plan. So you're taking away the ability to choose a setback
Yes.
So yeah, I'll be interested to see what the public has to say about that. Whether we want it sort of a monotone all the way down to Cleveland, or whether people are looking for more of a mix.
Yeah, Councillor Jonas.
The intent of this amendment is to really give some time for the district, maybe as developments come forward, to rezone the properties on Cleveland, to apply a comprehensive lens of what the height should be, what the setbacks should be on just that key downtown street. So I don't think anyone is expecting that Cleveland's going to stay in 2-story mode, but because of this hyper development, we might see the maximum height that's being allowed right now downtown. And that will impact, it might impact the shading on our main street, and it will impact the views.
Councilor Chappelle?
Yeah, I'm less concerned about the views since we just put a 6'3" massive monolithic 6-story places on the laneway in behind Cleveland, and we'll have massive density. We've had, Center Point go in. So we have height everywhere, and it really, to restrict the views in one small area so that you can have employment land and density seems prudent as well. The OCP is coming forward, and I would, if you want a comprehensive plan, you should make that, like the neighborhood plan was an amazing thing, but it's incredibly out of date. I would rather see this go through the OCP process with a neighborhood revisioning of the downtown, which is exactly what an OCP is for. I appreciate that sentiment, but what you're doing is you're leaving it up to council to decide whether they appreciate the project or not, instead of leaving it up to an entire community to come and feed into what their downtown street looks like. And I think that medium and low density is a great idea for Cleveland Avenue, or mixed, as you say, having mixed density buildings, but having developers come in on a project-to-project basis is the problem that we have had, is spot zoning everything. So you don't get a comprehensive look at how zoning fits together. And when I look at European cities and how they have their main streets with just four stories, with commercial use everywhere, and that medium density and frontage and the way it integrates with the public. As Councilor Elliott says, we're just going to get box all the way along exactly as we have now. So that really concerns me. I'd rather see it go through an OCP process as opposed to passing a bylaw with one public meeting. I think that this needs really big, comprehensive, professional input development through an OCP process. So I will be opposing this.
Okay, let's actually hear from everyone first. So it is going through the OCP process currently.
The downtown neighborhood plan will be integrated with the OCP. However, there's been a lot of consultation done on the downtown neighborhood plan, and we weren't planning on doing much outreach on the downtown plan, essentially, because there's been so much of it over the years.
So I'm just wondering, the way I sort of viewed this is through a density bonusing system, we would achieve different heights. But as you stated right now, with our current structure, you're just going to get everything maxed out to the height, and it's going to be big sausages. And so one way of creating a little more variation is to set this height, but then create density bonusing apparatus within our policies to help achieve different heights, different goals, and actually create some variability within the land. There's a built environment landscape. So I understand where we're going with this. I don't think this is, as you indicated, this isn't necessarily the end stop for this, but this is sort of setting up the ability to create the parameters to create a really interesting Main Street. And that's what our goal is. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile, and I appreciate that this is going to be topical, and I'm wondering if it's worthwhile just going to first reading on this one for now, and maybe getting it out there, allow the public to digest it a little bit more, maybe make some comments. Maybe there's some massaging that happens between first and second reading, or we can decide at second reading whether we continue forward. But this puts the bylaw out to the public. It's the first time the public's seen the bylaw, so just give it first reading. We don't necessarily have to keep pace with this one with the other ones. We give it first reading. We're still in the process, and we can allow for the public to give some feedback prior to actually going out to the public hearing on it. And we may have to have a separate public hearing on this down the way, but it might be worthwhile. So I'm just sort of throwing that out for council to consider. I'll go to Councilor Pryor and then Councilor Chappelle.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I remember talking about this before, and we have 2 4-story buildings and 1 6-story building on Cleveland, and you could just see there's a lot of empty holes in there and a lot of redevelopment property there. And I remember when we talked about this at the time, council was kind of nervous about having things get away on us. And at that time, I thought, like the mayor said, that there will be a mechanism in this that you're held to 2 stories, but if you want to get creative, do something really nice and give us a second floor office that Susan's been after. And you can come to us with your 4th story and 5th story, et cetera. But the bylaw doesn't say that, right? So it doesn't let the landowner know that there is options, that they have to be creative. So that's what I see is lacking in it. Other than that, I can remember us talking about it and thinking, okay, we've got to slow things down on Cleveland because we're going to have 6 stories all the way down if we don't watch out. So are we slowing it down just going to first reading? I mean, or should we change it to allow the owners to know there's an option? I mean, in this one, it just holds it at 2 stories, that's it. But, you know, like you just said, there's bonus densing and all these other options to get your height, make it look better, give us some second floor stuff that we've been after.
So I think my suggestion to go to just first reading sort of allows that dialogue to happen. This is what my rationale, and maybe it's not.
I mean, the intention was to allow for time to get to the zoning, the comprehensive rewrite of the zoning bylaw. But if council wishes staff to look at the density bonusing provisions specifically related to this bylaw, then we could probably make changes between first and second reading.
Councillor Chappelle, Councillor Elliott.
Thanks.
Councillor Chappelle, Councillor Elliott. Go ahead.
If you want to go to Councillor Elliott, if you
No,
want
you were
to-
first, go ahead.
I appreciate that going to first reading. I think that's an excellent idea because I really think that the public feedback is absolutely essential on this, and I would support that as well. As you say, you know, I went to a presentation on density the other day at Simon Fraser, and they asked the question in the seminar, you know, is sameness a bad thing, or is having like 6 floors or 4 floors? And pointed to a lot of European cities. And I just found that a really interesting discussion. And I think those discussions are really robust and need to happen for this particular bylaw. And if there's a way to massage the bylaw so that it can include density bonusing, I'd be far more willing to support it. But just saying like we're restricting to 2 floors really sends a signal to developers that you don't want development.
Okay, Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, so I'm thinking back on our conversation at Committee of the Whole on December 20th, when we talked about all of these things, and the motion we passed was really just to try and slow things down so that we can have this full discussion through the OCP process and the rewrite of the zoning bylaw, and give a chance to think about viewscapes and view corridors and whether we, you know, really wanted to limit it to 2 stories, but without putting this in place, and that's why I kind of want to give it first and second reading and allow the public to speak at the public hearing, because I think we all know from that conversation on December 20th, this isn't the end point, but we felt the urgency to try and rein it in before it got too far in front of us. And so, you know, that's why I'm still supportive of giving it first and second reading tonight, so that we can hear from the public at the public hearing, and then take that into the draft OCP, all that feedback about how we would evolve this as we rewrite the zoning bylaw altogether. So to me, I'm happy going forward with readings tonight.
By just doing first reading, we are reining it back, are we not?
It will come back.
Yeah, but we're still doing what Councillor Elliott indicated, is we're still pulling back on the reins.
The risk is the provision that allows the local governments to suspend issuing of building permits for a certain period of time, and it's 60 days. So the reason why it would be good to get this through along with other bylaws is that you know, there's always that risk that those empty lots will get redeveloped in the meantime, or we'll get development applications for development permit. That will not be in line with maybe what the vision is forthcoming.
That's prior.
Yeah, I'm with Karen. I mean, I remember the conversation about we did feel it was very important to kind of just put the brakes on things until we got a few better rules in. And so, I mean, I do see this, this reflects our conversation, all of us support it. And so, as long as the property owner knows it's kind of a temporary fix, and, you know, and that's what I think was missing, is the fact that they know that we're just holding it. I mean, I know people that, I know
Okay,
development.
we're not asking questions anymore, so let's put a motion on the floor, so debate a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Councillor Race.
Move first and second reading.
Your seconded by Councillor Elliott. On first and second reading, Susan, Councillor Shell.
Thanks. So interesting, in the downtown neighborhood plan, it was actually engaged on, this has nothing to do with it. This is first and second, this is first floor and second floor commercial. This offers the opportunity for second floor housing. It's not the same thing as the downtown neighborhood plan that was engaged on. And to put forward first and second reading isn't putting the brakes on anything, it's making a statement that we only want 2 floors on Second Avenue, because that's exactly what the bylaw says. If we want to put brakes on it because we want something different down on Cleveland Avenue, we need robust engagement with the public. And if the public says, I want first and second commercial and I want it to be one height with a density bonusing, which isn't what this says. This says first and second commercial. If the bylaw was rewritten to say that there's density bonusing and other things involved, I would be happy to support it. But to support it the way it reads right now, it says first floor and second floor commercial. That has not gone through any public engagement at all. We haven't even informed the property owners. So I would prefer that letters be sent out to the property owners, that a first reading be gone through, get public comments, and go through second and third reading after a public comment, or go through second reading and then public comment and then third reading. I think that's fair to the public. This affects a lot of property owners, and you know that's my concern, is that the property owners are not informed currently. This is the first time it's been seen, so to give it first and second reading is pretty much almost there.
We could, I mean, the public commenting period is during the public hearing. And normally with an amendment this large, we wouldn't notify individual property owners. But in this case, we could, because it is a significant change, so that council can hear the public's perspective at the public hearing. We have had a few inquiries from the property owners on Cleveland who are aware of the amendment, and the message that we've been giving out is exactly that. It is just giving the district time to determine what the appropriate density mix is on Cleveland. It's not that this is the end-all amendment.
So have we started the clock on any, has someone tried to submit a DP at this point? Have we started the 60-day clock on anybody?
No, there hasn't been an application in this from the last application that has gone through on Cleveland.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Race.
Thanks. Well, first and second reading, I think for the reasons that were set up by Councillor Elliott. And I go back to my first question. I mean, if we pass this after third reading and fourth reading, it is still open to a property owner to come to us with a proposal. And it just puts us in more control of what's happening in Cleveland Avenue. And the conversations that I recall that led up to this in the December 20th meeting, where we were faced with zoning applications that were sort of based on the C4 zoning, which was pretty standard, and they were going up to the max, and we didn't like that. So this, to me, gives us more control to kind of dictate the form that we want, and we'll wait till proponents bring us an application, and we can discuss it with them to get something that works for everybody. So I think this is, for me, it's just making sure we retain control of what that streetscape looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that. I'm going to support first and second reading. I would like to see in the bylaw some words that say to the property owners, bring us alternative to 2 stories if you want. You know, you wouldn't want someone to read the bylaw and go, I'm not buying that property, you can only go 2 stories.
I don't think we can do that in the bylaw, but we could have some discussion in the public hearing report around that, and
Yeah,
people will always refer to that.
I'm okay with first and second.
people have had to come to council to ask for, I just don't feel like council should be the ones that have the discretion of what every project looks like on an individual basis. I think the neighborhood needs to be planned appropriately, and as opposed to every developer having to come, it takes up so much staff time to come in with every single, instead of having a comprehensive, this is what Cleveland Avenue should look like, we're open to 3 or 4 floors, if you want to go higher, then you have to come in. But when you set the standard at such a low level and you say it's only going to be office space and no living space anymore, then you basically make it so that you have no applications to look at because nobody can afford to build that sort of building. And then knowing that you're up to council's discretion, it's a lot of money to put forward a development proposal and leave it up to the discretion of the council. And we have 1.5 years really left in our council term. And if it goes to the next council, they may not feel the same. You know, you're basically leaving up to the members of council to decide what Cleveland Avenue looks like, as opposed to having planning staff and engineering look at
Our goal,
getting into an OCP.
our goal is to have the OCP done by June this year, so that's the time frame we're looking at in terms of sort of just putting the pedal on Cleveland while we figure out
And can we
the
put wording
aspects.
in that?
What's that?
Can you put wording?
Well, we
in
can articulate that in the public hearing, I presume, and so that's good. Okay, I'm gonna call the question on first and second reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Powell opposes, motion carries. We are on to Paco Road.
Next up, proposed bylaw 2517, this is the Paco Road rezoning. So this is for an area that was rezoned in 1990 to multifamily residential. And this RM2 zoning restricts the longstanding industrial businesses from expanding or upgrading. And the 2015 Employment Land Strategy identified rezoning Paco Road as a priority. So the objective of this amendment is to resolve the non-conforming issues faced by Paco Road owners and tenants and legitimize the current uses. The proposed amendments are to create a new zone, light industrial small lot, I-10, and this zone would permit the existing industrial businesses operating along Paco Road. The area we're talking about here is as shown on this map, and the proposal is to rezone it from RM2 to industrial small lot. And that's actually it for that one. I do have a summary of the public engagement that's been conducted for all of these amendment bylaws.
Why don't we quickly deal with the Paco Road?
Okay.
Any questions about Paco Road? Would anyone like to move? Yeah, moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Elliott. This is a pretty self-explanatory one. Not sure we need. We got the public hearing coming up. Okay, go ahead.
No, this is, I really agree, this has been a long time coming, this, you know, really making sure that we retain the employment land in this area and don't have development proposals on it for residential, and allows the business owners to expand their businesses, which is fantastic.
I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have done. Oh, sorry. Did you want to?
You know what? It probably doesn't matter. We've already got all the motions.
So just to clarify, all those public hearings are on March 14th at 6 p.m. in council chambers. And there's nothing else you need on the long bus? No. Okay. We have done third reading of that one, so we're down to adoption. District of Squamish Sewer Rates and Regulation Bylaw number 404. Is there someone who wants to move adoption? Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. District of Squamish Solid Waste Utility Regulation Bylaw. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. District of Squamish Water Rates Regulation Water Extension Bylaw. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And District of Squamish Smoke Bluffs Park Committee Establishment Bylaw. Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Staff reports, community planning and infrastructure. We've done that one. Appeal of development permit 389 Highlands Mall signage.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Gary Buxton, General Manager here at the District. We're bringing forward a request appealing a delegated decision of mine from last month around a form and character development permit, essentially around signage. Section 490 of the Local Government Act allows the applicant, if he or she is dissatisfied with the decision of a delegate, to appeal that. So that's the process tonight that Council is hearing. So the permit was approved late January, a few weeks ago, permitting changes to exterior facades on the mall, updating facade signage, as well as replacing existing signage. The initial, or the proposal from the applicant included 2 freestanding signs along Highway 99. There have been some long-standing discussions over almost 2 years on this application. We've been unable to reach agreement on what could or could not be approved on the site. So essentially we come down to the essential part of the matter is that the applicant requested 2 freestanding signs and the permit has approved only 1, that being the top sign. So, I mean, the objectives of the development permit area are there for you. The guidelines, only 1 freestanding sign will be permitted on the site regardless of the number of tenants or businesses. In terms of the variance granted, there are a number, in fact quite a few. Essentially, we as staff sort of reached the end of the line in terms of the number of variances that we were comfortable in granting. On this application, a number of the signs didn't already meet the existing guidelines in terms of height or size. In a couple of cases, those signs have increased rather than the variances decreasing, those signs have increased. The other element that we considered is that part of the main reasons that we were considering is there's no third-party advertising on signs, and a lot of this signage is for businesses that don't actually exist on the site. They're behind the business. So the signage guidelines direct against lots of signs on the highway. And again, we didn't feel we were meeting that. We didn't feel that we were meeting the third-party advertising restrictions. We felt that we granted enough variances, so we didn't reach an agreement on that second freestanding sign. So our recommendation is that Council confirm the decision as issued. If Council wishes to, once they've heard from the appellant, assuming that they do, is they could approve the application as the applicant has submitted, or Council could substitute its own decision and provide some, none, or all of the variances that the applicant is requesting. Yes.
Questions? Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So could you clarify, my understanding is that at the present time, the decision that's being appealed from is for 2 signs, but one on Highway 99 and one on Garibaldi Way. Am I correct in saying that?
No, both are on adjacent to Highway 99.
That's what the applicant wants?
Yes.
Yes, but did planning staff, so the decision of the general manager to issue DP 3089 with conditions, did that include 2 signs, one on each street?
No.
Just 1 sign on Highway 99?
Yes. Were there discussions about other signs in other locations? Yes, there were. The decision was 1 sign on Highway 99. So.
Just to maybe add to that, initially we did say that we would allow for 2 signs if it was on 2 different street frontages. However, the applicant did provide us with a study that said that it wouldn't be safe to have a sign that's visible from the highway, but that's not clear.
See on the side.
Yes, and so at that point we said then it has to be 1 sign as per developed permit area guidelines.
So the decision is 1 sign or 2 signs on Highway 99, period. That's the decision.
Correct.
That's right.
Is there two properties there?
No.
We're just talking about we're not talking about the hotel property, correct? It's just the independent grocer property?
Yes.
Oh, well then, one sign's on one property and we're talking about another sign on another piece, right? No?
We're not talking about the hotel site or the London Drug site or any of that. We're just talking specifically the independent grocer site.
Which has other businesses.
Yes,
Which
just
has
but
other
that, yes.
Well, I'm sympathetic to this problem. And, you know, part of it is the stores in behind. You know, everybody wants their sign on the highway. And there's that little neighborhood in behind that has all those stores and pizza place and Indian restaurant. And I kind of thought they were all part of this, right? Is that all part of this development?
Oh,
No, they're not part of this, sorry.
I was just going to say, on the, you said there's a bunch of variances already proposed. Can you just go to that? And it indicated, one of them was third-party advertising. So it does permit them, our bylaw, I hopefully get this right, our bylaw says third party can't advertise on this, correct?
That's correct.
And we're saying, yes, they can. But I think what Ted is saying is there's multiple businesses back there and there's not enough space for all of them to advertise on the highway. Is that what you're saying, Councillor Pratt?
And that's what I'm saying. And so, I mean, I went up and kind of drove around up there and looked at this, tried to look at this problem. And, you know, and I know how important it is for stores to have advertising. And at first I thought, well, I can't see any problem with one more sign there. I mean, Canadian Tire's got a sign.
If I can help, I'd like to have council ask questions of staff right now. The applicant does have an opportunity to speak to it specifically because this is an appeal of the staff decision, so I don't want to get too involved with comments at this point, but if there are specific questions for staff clarification, and then we'll go to the applicant.
Well, it's mostly sympathetic to the stores in behind.
That's not a question, Councillor.
I know. Well, I guess we'll let the proponent speak then if he wants to speak. But,
Yeah.
But it's,
So I'll go to council again. Are there any clarification questions for staff at this point? Sandy, would the proponent like to speak to this appeal? Welcome.
Thank you.
I have to speak to the fashion statement with Jonas's shoes, and
Thank you.
I was just
pretty spectacular.
Fast on my feet.
I was just going to say.
Not quite up there with Gary.
Yes.
Planning department.
Or you can just put
On the go.
just copy this is a PDF.
Should we take a 2-minute break? We've been going at this for quite a while. Why don't we take a couple-minute break? We'll let staff. I will pass it over to you. I'll pass it over to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Is Councillor Kent coming back?
He will be here. Yeah.
Mayor Heinzman and councillors, my name is Eva Seiberg-Olsen. I'm the president of Dynasty Property Corp, who's the applicant, and I've been involved as owner of the property since it was built in 1977, so I have long roots in Squamish. About a year and a half ago, I made a DP application to planning for a major cosmetic upgrade to the exterior of the Highland Centre, located at 1900 Garibaldi Way. This was initially to be done concurrently with the interior renovations of the extra food store to the independent grocer format that has now been completed. In your package, I understand you've received my grounds for reconsideration as well as a numbered addendum. We will attempt to do a PowerPoint presentation following the numbers in that addendum. Starting with number starting with number 1.
Oh.
Starting with number 1, it shows an attractive front, that is the west elevation of the proposed exterior renovation. Additionally, the DP included an application for the replacement of the current freestanding sign on the corner of Highway 99 and Garibaldi Way, which has been in that location perpendicular to the highway for 40 years, and it badly needs replacement, and for an additional smaller freestanding sign at the south end of the property, at the south end of the property's Highway 99 frontage. These signs, roughly 300 feet apart, would look as depicted in number 2. You've got up there. As can be seen, it'll be a very attractive upgrade of which I hope that both my tenants and Squamish will be proud. With respect to Dynasty's DP application, staff and I had come to an agreement on everything in May of 2016, including the fact that there can be 2 freestanding signs. The only item on which there's disagreement was the orientation of the freestanding sign on the corner of Highway 99 and Garibaldi. I wanted the sign to face perpendicular to the highway, so the same way it's placed right now, so that it faced the approaching traffic. That's the way it's faced for the last 40 years. Planning wanted it turned 90 degrees so that the face would be parallel to the highway. Drive down the highway, it would be parallel. Planning's reasoning is that as a bylaw allows a separate sign for each frontage, that those signs should be perpendicular to those frontages. The 2 scenarios are best explained with a visual. I've got it up here. I'd like to show it, but we'll leave that until later.
You can show it if you'd like. Just because it'll drive Kelsey crazy.
Yes, I just want to show it.
You can't speak unless you're at the microphone though, so just like Counselor, I think,
That's the planning.
yeah, we're pretty,
And,
yeah,
okay.
thank you. I love it.
The orientation is crucial to my DP application because if it's parallel to the highway, it's a useless sign. Planning's orientation is fraught with problems that essentially makes the sign useless. That's currently holding up approval of the DP and the improvement of the whole project. Number 3 is a copy of an email from Matt Gunn of Planning, confirming that the direction of the signage was the only outstanding matter. That was in May 11th, 16. On January 20th, 17, which is 9 months later, there was another email from the Director of Planning, Mr. Vilaniskis, reiterating Planning's position had not changed over the last 9 months despite my many urgings and reasons presented. He states, staff support an exception, that is, allowing 2 signs, as you have 2 frontages. But the exception can only be supported if the sign is erected at the fronting street. Staff will issue the development permit for the signage with a condition that each sign face the appropriate frontage. You can then formally appeal this decision to council for reconsideration. Having no other alternative, I submitted my formal appeal on January 23rd, asking council to reconsider Planning's orientation requirement so that both signs can be oriented perpendicular to the highway. Number 7. However, after submitting my appeal, I received an email on January 30th from Mr. Wilaniskis with an attached DP approved by Mr. Buxton as GM, wherein he had revoked Planning's indicated consent for 2 signs and had permitted only 1 freestanding sign. This was based on the district's OCP development permit guidelines. He further advised that the provision of the 2 freestanding signs was ruled out as an option. As you can see, this was in complete contradiction to the email of Mr. Vilaniski's 10 days earlier and planning's position over the last 9 months. There are 3 main reasons I'm asking for Council's reconsideration of the General Manager's decision. They're based on 1, bylaw interpretation, 2, liability concerns, 3, practical and common sense applications. I disagree with planning's interpretation of the bylaw. Section 411.3 of the bylaw, sign bylaw reads, 1 freestanding sign is permitted for each street frontage of a site zone C1. The site has multiple street frontages and is zone C1. The property therefore qualifies, excuse me, squarely into what is permitted according to the bylaw, and therefore can have and is entitled according to the bylaw to have 2 freestanding signs. Please note that the bylaw deals with numbers only. 1 freestanding sign per frontage. Nowhere does it deal with the orientation or direction of the freestanding sign as planning wants to impose. I submit to you that planning staff cannot add wording or impose or impute unwritten meaning by adding an orientation requirement into the bylaw just because it finds it convenient for its agenda. That's essentially amending the bylaw. Planning can do no more than that. Can do no more than do that than suddenly mandate that all signs should be placed mid-block and be purple. Only council has the power to amend the bylaw. and even it can only do that by following the proper amending process. Therefore, planning and the GM who takes the position and gets its authority from council does not have more power than council, and therefore doesn't have the power to amend and impose such an unwritten requirement. Turning to the OCP guidelines, which was the reason that was used, the highlighted part up there says only 1 freestanding sign will be permitted on a site regardless of the number of tenants or businesses. This was used by planning as its reasons to override the sign bylaw permitting the 2 freestanding signs. It's my position that planning's reason is incorrect for the following reasons. The OCP guideline, as the word implies, is a guideline only and does not take precedence over and does not and cannot override a valid functioning sign bylaw, which is legislation that specifically permits and allows 2 freestanding signs. I would submit that this guideline is directed only at properties for which one sign only is allowed pursuant to the sign bylaw, and that the guideline accordingly addresses only exceptions which may be considered to those properties regardless of the number of tenants and businesses. This would square with the bylaw. I further submit that the guideline does not apply to sites with multiple frontages, as it is silent on that. That includes the current site, for which the governing sign bylaw specifically and explicitly allows more than 1 freestanding sign, and thus it doesn't apply. And thus, if it doesn't apply, there's no conflict between the 2 and the bylaw squares with the guideline. Otherwise, it still doesn't apply, as the bylaw trumps the guideline. It's evident that planning agrees with this interpretation despite their most recent position of January 30th. Any other interpretation does not square with their action of allowing 2 signs for at least the previous 9 months, even up to and including Mr. Wilaniski's email of January 20th, 2017. In fact, that position reinforces and supports my position. I submit I have addressed and shown that the reasons given by planning and the GM of community planning for denying the applicant's request for 2 signs facing perpendicular to the highway are not based on valid reasons either in law or otherwise that is applicable to such refusal. I therefore respectfully request that Council reconsider the General Manager's decision and approves the applicant's appeal for a second standing sign and with both signs oriented perpendicular to Highway 99 as requested. I was going to deal with other comments. One, the liability concerns that planning's orientation requirement would cause to the district and the traveling public, and the reasons therefore. Number 2, the hardship that would be inflicted on the livelihoods of the Tantalus merchants and their families and other sign tenants should the 2 signs not be approved, and should the corner freestanding sign be required to be turned parallel to Highway 99, making the sign useless, and which position they wanted Council to take into consideration when they signed the petitions, copies of which I have submitted to you in your package. However, in the interest of time, I'll stop at this point, although I'll be happy to answer questions on any of these matters. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions for either the applicant or staff? Councilor Elliott.
Just a question of clarification for staff. Just this definition of street frontages. So just can you clarify that for me? Like, I understand our DPA guidelines permit 1 sign. The proponent's talking about multiple street frontages, except it's 1 lot, not visually, it's 1. So I wonder if you could just clarify that.
It's clear that the bylaw intent is to allow for additional signs if you have additional street frontages, and the intent of the bylaw would be to have those signs for those street frontages. The sign bylaw is not aligned with the DPA guidelines for Highway 99, which aims to reduce the clutter of commercial signage. So we have a gap there. However, there were a number of variances granted to this in this development in the delegated permit to account for the fact that there are multiple tenants and there are even tenants behind this property. So the sign that was approved was twice as high as the bylaw would allow and larger in area.
Yeah.
So by street frontages, we mean the number of separate tenants? Is that
Tantalus, Highway 99. Those are the 2 frontages.
okay, gotcha. My second question is...
Garibaldi Way and Highway
Gar-
99.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
Garibaldi Way.
Yeah, just like Councilor Elliott finished, thank you.
And so, I have 2 other questions. You didn't mention your decision about perpendicular versus facing the highway. If I look further down on Highway 99, like the Walmart sign's perpendicular, the new car wash is going to be perpendicular, I think, that we approved. So,
The approval on its face doesn't specify what orientation that 1 sign has to have. Yes, did we have some discussions about a second sign being oriented and parallel to Tantalus as a second frontage? Yes, we did have those discussions.
okay, but the...
Perpendicular to Garibaldi.
Garibaldi, sorry.
Sorry.
Get it right.
But the sign that you approved is up to the tenant to
Yes.
put whatever they want. And lastly, one of the variances was on sign illumination.
Yes, there were a number of lots of variants.
So just out of consistency, council sent back the development permit for the car wash further down in the industrial park because we did not want a backlit sign. We want to follow our sign bylaw. So I'm a little bit nervous that there's variance here for a fully illuminated sign. Because I don't think that's being consistent, because a few months ago, we kind of rejected that outright, and Walmart certainly wasn't allowed to do that either, an indirect sign, so.
Council does not have to provide that variance, even though it's in the permit that I sign.
The reason behind that is because this has been a file that's been here for almost 2 years. So some of these variances were negotiated very early on, and now the direction is changing. But we have made certain agreements early on in the DP application process.
Yeah, so I'll go to the applicant in a moment. So because this is a delegated decision to staff made a decision, the applicant's appealing that decision. I would assume technically all the variances are up for debate for council, even though they have been technically approved by staff.
Yes.
Through the appeal process, that's, just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the applicant and council.
Basically, the only reason that I'm appealing this is because staff wanted the pylon on the corner to be parallel. It's dangerous because it doesn't give people time to react to the sign. And what happens then is that when you come upon the corner, there's going to be lane changing if the sign does what it's supposed to attract people to go there. They're going to change lanes, cut people off, because they haven't been able to see it. There's no sign from Vancouver to Squamish and beyond that I believe is parallel to the highway.
So I think what the decision in front of council is our bylaw says you can have one sign on one frontage and one sign on another frontage. One sign on this frontage is fine, perpendicular, traffic can see it. The other sign, in my interpretation of what staff is saying, is it is meant to be a sign on the other frontage. Now, it's been moved up to the corner, but theoretically, it could be moved away from the corner to not cause that confusion and be closer to the entrance to the mall, for example. But the intent, I'm just trying to get the intent of what staff was saying, is that one sign is frontage on Garibaldi Way, and in order to be a sign on that frontage, it needs to be perpendicular to the traffic on Garibaldi Way.
That's correct.
And I think what the applicant is asking is, I get two signs because I have two frontages. I want them both to front on the highway.
It's a little different than that. What I'm asking is, or what I'm saying or maintaining is that nowhere in the sign bylaw does it say which direction that sign has to turn.
Okay.
A sign, the property in actual fact have three frontages. Highway 99, Garibaldi Way, and it also goes back to Tantalus. I am only asking for two signs. The one sign that's been there for 40 years stays the same. Because, and I'd like to just clarify this, when the last time we did a development permit on that piece of property was in 2000. And at that time, we had an entrance to Tantalus. It was a mall, walked through the property, you came out. The food store expanded, they had to, so we had to close that entrance. The businesses on Tantalus were concerned that they were going to lose business because there was not as much traffic. So on that basis, I said, I will assist. And I have basically done that ever since. But I don't have enough signage to accommodate everybody, so I've had people on the waiting list for 5 years to get onto that sign. I need another sign to accommodate them. And that's what I've asked for.
I totally appreciate, and I think that is certainly the point that Councillor Pryor was trying to make, is that this is allowing for some exposure to the businesses along Tantalus. through essentially changing the orientation of the sign on Garibaldi Way so that it is more oriented towards highway, even though it's technically, I know it's not in our bylaw, I know. I know, I think, I hear you on that, it may not be specified in the sign bylaw. Okay, so I think council
Can I
understands.
just address that point? Quickly?
Yeah,
We,
may lose ground, go ahead.
I stopped, and I had a number of reasons that I could carry on. One of them is the fact that if it was turned the way planning wants, and you go west on Garibaldi towards the highway, you cannot see that sign
No,
because there are trees in the way, and it's completely hidden. Not only that, but you can't see it from the highway, so it's useless.
Okay, so council, I think council understands the decision in front of them now. And so I thank you very much. Unless there's new information, I will allow council to debate it. Council thoughts? Councilor Ryer.
Well, that puts it a little better. I mean, I met just an engineer up there to look at the signs. After driving around and looking at the sites, discussing this businesses out behind, looking at the proposed renovation to the storefront to make it look better. The fact that the owners had the place since 1977 and been a good business for our town, creating jobs.
Are you putting a motion forward, Councilor Breyer?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to give my thinking behind it because, you know, of course, staff, I don't want to step on staff's toes, but, you know, socially and, you know.
Staff lost their toes long ago.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
Well, and I know,
We don't
I know how much taxes are being paid there every year for 40 years. So, anyway, I just think it. And another thing too, if you go on the map or if you drive by, you see out in front of the hotel, there's these little tiny signs that people go and bang in out there all the time. Remember we had the bus out there for a while, the pink. Guys, this will eliminate that. There won't be people putting little signs out there because they'll have a location. I support the number 2 in that.
Are you putting a motion forward, Councilor Breyer?
Sure. Yeah, I'll put a motion forward.
What is the motion?
The second one in that list there that we support.
That you support the appeal of the applicant to allow for 2 signs perpendicular to Highway 99.
Yes.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Race. I think Councillor Pryor spoken to it. Councillor Elliott, Councillor Chappelle. Councillor Race.
I'm wondering if Councilor Pryor would consider amendment to not allow variance on backlit signs to be consistent with other decisions we've made on highway signage that's in accordance with the bylaw. Staff are providing a variance, but our bylaw says it's indirectly lit, not backlit.
Well, it's the same as all the other ones down the road there, like Canadian Tire.
Maybe I'll go
Is
to
it the
staff
same
on
as
that.
that? Just the same as all of them.
I'm not sure actually.
The existing one on the site is currently backlit.
Yes.
Yes, the existing one on the site, but all of our future signs were saying not backlit. And so Councillor Elliott is saying, however, staff did get a variance on the backlit to, I'm assuming, keep it consistent with what's already there. You don't plan to rebuild the new one, do you? Sorry, you don't plan to rebuild the existing one, you're just adding another?
No. It's a brand
Brand new sign,
sign.
just to clear.
It's because the other one, it's old, it needs replacing.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been there for 40 years
Yeah.
in that direction.
I'll let you think about that, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Chappelle.
I am wondering if this will change our sign bylaw in allowing 2 signs along all the frontages because we allow this one. Is this going to basically allow double signage on lots all the way along the highway so that we...
It sets a precedent,
Yeah.
but
Doesn't change our bylaw. And
As long as it doesn't change the bylaw.
it's not changing the bylaw, and
And it does.
the only difference is, it's still got two frontages. You still have to have two frontages to have two signs. And you still have to technically have them on those frontages. One sign is being changed orientation. Councillor Race.
Thank you. Yeah, interesting subject, and and I appreciate, I think, and I've spoken about it. I think we want to minimize the proliferation of signs. Proliferation is the word here. Proliferation of signs along the highway, and I can appreciate where staff is coming from, trying to hold the line on that. And I can understand the concern about a precedent setting if we did allow two. Although the thing that persuades me in this case is the fact that there's some history here, going back to at least 2000, and there's all the businesses in the back that have historically, and that history goes way back beyond 2000, relied on the traffic from the mall. And as Mr. Seibert-Rolzin said, when the renovation was done and the grocery store expanded, it cut out that avenue to and left them kind of stranded back there, completely invisible to the highway. And so they've relied on that, and we've got correspondence from several of them, and I appreciate their form letters that they've just signed, but it's like a petition, and it is an expression of their interest in this. That they would be disadvantaged significantly, I think, if we did not allow some method of them to be able to advertise on the highway. I can't frankly think of another spot on the highway off the top of my head where that situation exists today that we'd be allowing. It would be, if somebody came along and wanted to put a sign on the Walmart site, for example, to advertise Home Depot and behind, we could just say, no, there's no history there, we're just not going in that direction. And I think this is, for me, this is sort of a pointing to the history of the thing and the support that historically those businesses have asked for and received. And so for that reason, I would allow this appeal and allow the two signs to be perpendicular to the highway.
Anybody else? Councillor Elliott?
I'm just mindful of the fact that, the cosmetic upgrades and the signage for that have required variances. There's probably a list of 7 that we were showing roughly. And I don't, if we're gonna put 2 signs perpendicular to the highway to help out the businesses behind and the ones that are part of that property, I'd still like to put forward an amendment that they are indirectly lit rather than eliminated, because I think that's the direction we're going, and I think we should be consistent with the people that came to us with their big giant sign a few months ago, just further down the highway. So
there's been an amendment suggested that we go with our current standard practice of
we
elimination.
gave on the 2 signs, but pulled back on the variance.
Is there a seconder on the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Schwab. On the amendment. I don't see any hands. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Everyone's in favor. Motion carries. So there's a motion as amended. Unless I see a hand, I'll call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So you get your 2 signs. You get to have them perpendicular to Highway 9, but you can't backlight.
So how do I light them?
Front light.
Pardon?
Directional light.
With arms going out?
That will deal with,
That's our standard, today's standard. And staff will.
Creative.
Moving on the agenda, thank you very much. I have no idea.
Don't forget.
Water main construction design and construction technical services award. Mr. Whitten.
Thank you.
So my purpose of appearing in front of you today is to ask for Approval to award our request for quotation for water main construction design and construction technical services for the 2017 water main capital projects. The scope of this is preliminary and detailed design services, and then tender, construction, and post-construction services, including contract administration during the actual works. The proposed projects are on Arrowhead Road, the Boulevard, Skyline Drive, Depot Road. All those are water main upgrades, and also a PRV, or pressure reducing valve upgrade, on Westway at Westway and Plateau. So we issued to 8 consultants for the work. All 8 responded. We evaluated the proposals using the district's purchasing policy evaluation criteria, which includes capability, work methodology, and cost. At the end of the day, the team chose the ISL's proposal, and we have a lot of history with ISL on previous projects, and the work has been excellent, so I have a lot of confidence in them as a contractor. As a point of reference, they came in at about 10% of the cost estimate for construction, and rule of thumb is 10 to 15%, so we feel that cost-wise, they are good value as well. So we're here to request this motion because the value is over $50,000. So by the purchasing policy, we require a motion of council to award the contract. And our recommended motion is that the District of Squamish authorize staff to accept the proposal from ISL Engineering and Land Services Limited for the 2017 water main construction design and construction technical services in the amount of $88,875 plus net tax, and that the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute the agreement.
Any questions, Councillor Kent?
No, I'll move it.
You move it? I'll just maybe quickly, are there any questions? Councillor Breyer, no.
I'm just curious if, if these were for upgrades like fire, is this to upgrade fire? Is that what all of them are pretty much?
Yeah, the 4 water main upgrades are primarily for fire flow. PRV upgrade, just aging infrastructure.
Yeah.
So this is all based on the 2015 Water Master Plan, which identifies these projects.
So in that plan, there's all sorts of areas in Squamish where we don't have enough water for fire flow. And I've kind of been tracking this a little bit. And, like in the Highlands, there's lots of areas, and obviously here. So every year, this is a list of the ones that we do. This is good stuff, right?
That's exactly right. And we try to align these projects with paving projects, known developments that are coming down the pipe, active transportation projects. Part of this, of course, we're going to cut up the road. We're going to have to pave the road, so we don't want to come through and sorry, I should say that another way. We're trying to basically double up and get good value by combining it.
Good job.
Good job. All right, Councillor Kent, you gonna move that?
I did.
Your seconder?
Yeah.
I'd like all of them over there. Councillor Elliott, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Fiscal term lease, real estate, 8B, 90, 8B.
Nope, that's me.
You're
Do the
gonna
short
play
story.
Karen? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Neil Plum, Manager of Real Estate. Just here tonight to talk about these negotiations on the Crystal Term file. Back on January 17th, I was in here and Council endorsed staff to move off into negotiations, or effectively the district, sorry, to move into negotiations with Crystal Term Ropes Course, Inc. on a proposed aerial ropes course at the parking lot across from the Adventure Center. And tonight I'm here to present proposed lease terms and seek authority from council to enter into a lease once some preconditions of that lease are met. And also to get authorization for KT Ropes Course to make necessary development applications that would be required for their project. Just as a bit of an update, since when Crystal Term submitted their application on the property, and I can appreciate this is a little bit hard to read, but initially the 10 parking stalls that were included in their lease area were at the south of the structure, which would be where the words number 38540 is situated. We did explore the possibility of moving that parking to the east side, where there are some parking spots showing here that were not included in the lease area. In discussions with Crystal Term, they indicated that, excuse me, that the way the structure is designed by their engineers, the stairs are located at the rear of the structure, and that's where their safety demonstrations are undertaken. And as a result, that having the minimal amount of distractions in that location is important for safety. And as there is right now only one parking stall on the east side of the southeast corner where the instructions would be taking place, realigning the parking in a horizontal manner to take it to the far end here would bring 5 parking spots into this area and increase the distraction to the operation. So for that reason, and the fact that the structure can't be moved any further east to incorporate that area because it would be in the dike setback, the parking area has been proposed to move to the north to allow for still a better flow of parking here to the Adventure Center visitors at the south end here. In terms of key proposed lease terms, what's being proposed is a 4% of annual gross sales rent on that facility. And what is being considered as a minimum rent that would apply each year would be just over $16,000 for the use of the property. And that would include their use of the washrooms at the Adventure Center, and in the event there is some additional parking beyond their initial 10 parking stalls, they would have the ability to flow into the outside their lease area. What's also being contemplated is a raising of the existing crosswalk at the Adventure Center to improve the safety there and to paint that as well, and the installation of an additional sign. Currently, there's only one sign at the crosswalk, which is on the, I believe, the east side of the crosswalk. So we add another sign there as well. And then they would be willing to make a contribution to over $1,000 per year over the next 3 years as well. In terms of potential expansion, which was discussed early on, they at the last time we were here in council talking with the public feedback, there's discussion that phase 2 expansion not be considered right away. And so what's being proposed is that Crystal Term Ropes Course could only request an expansion after the 3rd year of operation. This would give us some time to see how things are going there. So in terms of the preconditions I mentioned earlier, there would be a 60-day period, although it's expected to be completed in a shorter time frame for the applicant to ensure they've got their financing in place and to make sure they've got all the necessary permitting, development permits, building permits that are required, and to complete a survey of the lease area. And once those conditions would be met, should they be met, then the district would go off and do their statutory advertising and move towards execution of the lease. So the proposed recommendation is to endorse these lease terms and the lease attached to the report significantly in the form, and that the mayor and corporate officer would proceed to execute that lease once those preconditions were met, and that again the district would provide, as the landowner, consent to the applicant to move forward with permit applications. So I'll turn it over back to you, Mary.
Questions for staff on the lease that's in front of council?
Just making sure that the garbage is addressed.
Yes, that is addressed in the lease document at the very back under clause 29, that they will provide and maintain adequate garbage receptacles for their customers inside the lease area.
and pick up and
And they comply with our Bear Aware protocols?
Yeah.
Councillor Price?
Yeah, thanks. Here's a new one that I like seeing. Removal of ice and snow from all sidewalks. Well, I just like seeing it everywhere now.
I know, there are three sidewalks.
That's what it's gonna take. And, you know, I mean, I think we talked a lot about this, and I'm happy with it. But I am, just a question that always comes to my mind when you look at the map and the dike and the setback, and we're trying to say 100 feet back from the dike. You know, that to me, I go, well, gee, look at Moreau, it's all of 20 feet back from the dike, and I start looking at places where there's been relaxation setbacks from dikes. But I guess because we're the district, we can't do that. But really, that whole thing could be pushed that way in my mind. If we had a good developer that wanted to apply for a variance, we'd probably give it to them. But, you know, it's a temporary structure, and we're sticking to this strict rule at 100-foot setback from a dike. And we've got other developments that have 200 units that are 20 feet back from the dike.
Mr. Buxton?
No, they're not. They're 15 metres back from the sheet pile of the dike. And this is the same dimension from the crest from the peak of the dike. It's exactly the same standard as we
Oh, is
require.
it? This looks like.
It looks, yeah. Okay. Councillor Elliott and Councillor Sproul.
I was gonna put forward the motion.
Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. Did you want to speak to the motion, or?
Well, there might be another question, so I'm happy.
Okay, Councillor Sproul?
Thanks. Does the lease rate include the kiosk rental, or is rental the kiosk separate?
Rental of the kiosk would be separate at this point. We're still working through the details on that, and so that would be another separate license that would be required, and they would be paying a separate fee for that as well.
So then that separate fee, does that include the bathrooms, or does the lease fee include the bathrooms?
This is actually, typically our kiosks in the Adventure Center include the use of the bathroom. This would include, we've built into this fee that the bathrooms would be part of the lease fee. And so if they come in and rent the kiosk, they're not getting a rebate at that point in time because they're already paying for the use of the washrooms in this agreement.
Sorry, so they get a discounted on, they
No.
No,
they don't get a
they
discount
don't
on
get
it,
a
and then- but
discount.
they're not required to rent a kiosk.
What we've included is that they are to use the best commercial efforts they can. It's not within their control to get the kiosk. They still have to apply for it and go through a process to get the kiosk. But there's a requirement there for them to take reasonable efforts to do that. And at that point, there would be a separate agreement required at that time.
Can I speak to opposing lease, or do you want to?
I'll come back to you. You know, it's an interesting problem that all of a sudden we had empty kiosks there for years and years and years, and all of a sudden they're overprescribed, which is a great problem to have because we've got more interest than we have kiosks now, which is a better problem than having too many kiosks and not enough interest. So that's a good thing. Can you remind me if they determine they should have nice looking portable bathrooms on their leasehold area, they're allowed to do that?
So through right now, the way it's written up right now, they're to direct their customers to the washrooms in the Adventure Center. In the event that their customers are complaining and they can verify that this is becoming a problem for their customers, they can come to you as council and make a request that they would install porta potties on the location of the lease area, if council desires. And at that point, council as the landowner can dictate the terms. I'm not sure if that requires a development permit for installation of porta potty, but if it doesn't, as the landowner, we can still establish what the guidelines for that would be. Conversely, if the district finds that for whatever reason we're getting complaints from the public that not having porta potties there is an issue, the district can also require the facility installed there as well.
Councillor Spa?
Thanks. We've put forward that this is, council has agreed that this is a useful thing to have at the Adventure Center, and I accept that, but I was hoping that out of the lease, we would get a fair market price for the land. And I really think that for the use of such a large public amenity, that $1,300 a month doesn't nearly meet the expectations of the public. And for that reason, I'm going to oppose. Also, we included public bathrooms in a private facility, which I really oppose. The fact that we are going to make small children run across an area that's also used for industrial traffic, I find highly dangerous. Kids that are going to be climbing on this are going to need bathrooms at the facility and shouldn't have to run across the street to use public facilities. But mostly the market price. And I've now checked with other ropes courses across the province and found out what their minimum was, and it's well above what we're asking in this lease. I wish that staff would have looked into the market prices of ropes courses, of which there are many in BC now in public land. So I can't support the lease price for the public use of the land.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for working with the proponent to address some of the concerns we had and to make sure that those concerns are represented in the lease. I'm looking forward to this going ahead. I think it will bring some great animation to that area and hopefully give us a reason to look a bit differently at the Adventure Center and maybe not use it for office spaces, but actually use the whole thing for tourism-based uses in the future. I'm looking forward to seeing what sort of customization Crystal Term will do for their Squamish installment.
Thanks, we'll come back to you. Anybody else want to comment?
Thanks. I find it interesting that council wants to activate an adventure center that's been voted third in the Lower Mainland as the best adventure center, and that Mayor just said that it is, that the lease spaces in that area and the kiosks are actually overprescribed, so much so that we can't offer one to this tenant that will require one for ticketing. So now they'll have to figure out a way, if they can't get if they're in line for those spaces, I wonder how we're going to accommodate that. And if that maybe should be included in the lease, as, we're going to need a way, if they can't get a kiosk, they'll have to have a ticket office, and we didn't address that in the lease. So that can be something that's maybe added to the lease about how that's done on site, if they can't. There needs to be something else. If we're overprescribed for our unactivated adventure center, then we need to find a way to accommodate their ticket booth.
My understanding is there's tour companies out working in Squamish that would like to have the front end booking opportunity through the Adventure Center, and that they are, because there are more than the 3 or 4 spots we have, they are actually looking to consolidate. And so basically, I think through Mr. Levine's business, he would do the front end booking for multiple. Is that sort of what's the thought now?
Until you get to the finish line, you don't know what you have. So right now we're in discussions with a multitude of parties working towards trying to get to a conclusion on how those kiosks are going to be organized this summer. We're highly confident that there's going to be an opportunity there for Crystal Term to secure kiosks. One of the things we're exploring is if we have too many kiosks in those main kiosks, whether we start looking at pop-up kiosks in the other hallway. There's a variety of ways that we can do this. Until we get down to the final stages, we don't still know what we have for sure. So at this point, we're thinking there's a pretty strong chance that Crystal Term will be able to secure a presence in that building. And if they are unable to, and they've used, and that decision will be the council's decision, by the way, as to how those kiosks are vetted out. We haven't reached a point where we can bring a package into council for its consideration. We're working on that right now. So that will be council's decision, and understanding that there's a desire to have this kiosk there, we're working to try and accommodate all parties, including Crystal Term.
Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor. Yes.
Thank you, and I'm going to support this. I'm not concerned about the rent amount. I think it's quite dangerous actually to try to compare rents in one city to another city. It's really just not comparable. So rent is not necessarily based on the use, but it's based on the value of the underlying land, whether or not it's serviced, etc. So I don't have that problem. And this is a percentage rent, so there's an upside for the district with a fair minimum. But the possibility is, if this is successful, we'll actually get more money from it. I'm not so concerned about animating the Adventure Center. What I was looking for with this project was, first of all, to add to our tourism infrastructure. Secondly, to add some employment and tax revenue to the site, but also to animate the whole site, because right now it's just the Adventure Center, and I think there's room there for more things in the Adventure Center. We've also talked about putting the Forestry Museum there one day, and shows up, it will further animate that site. So I think those are the compelling issues for me, and I'm happy to support this.
Yeah, I generally feel the same way. You know, I know this has been a contentious issue for council. It's certainly provoked public feedback and thoughts about the whole area, including how it interacts with the smoke bluffs. And I think through that rub, we actually, I think, moved the dial. It's helped us to move along a plan to expand the Smoke Bluffs Park that had continually been pushed off, and we brought that forward. This lease helps create some revenue to help hopefully pay for some of those improvements that we needed anyway, and certainly help with keeping up with the maintenance over time. And it also forced us to put our minds to how to make that parking lot more effective. It was really loosey-goosey and really maximized the way, because it was there was no sort of parameters to parking, and so people just randomly sort of parked wherever, and it really didn't lend to maximizing the space. So with this whole conversation that we've had, it's been much broader than it's forced the conversation much broader than just Crystal Term, which I think was healthy. And we're going to see much better use of this parking lot because we're going to prescribe it better and maximize some of the parking there. And it has led to the augmentation of the Smoke Bluffs Park, which will hopefully address many of the issues of the the very popular nature that our Smoke Bluffs Park is, and the fact that it's really challenged there in the city. So I look forward to that coming forward too. With regard to the rate, I know it's a really tough thing to figure out, and we talked about going with a percent rate, and everything's sort of predicated on that percent. Even the minimum amount is based on the 4% aspect. So anything above that, you're still doing 4%. It's 4% all the way through. We're just saying minimum this. So you look. I think staff talked about how Park Royal is 6%. And there you have a whole building and infrastructure and everything. So it was a really hard thing to sort of come down with what would be fair to the proponent, fair to the taxpayers, create some revenue for the city. And I think 4% was sort of a good place to land on that. It's a 5-year lease. It's a pretty short lease. We can reevaluate the terms in 5 years. There's no automatic renewal or even an option for renewal at this point. It's just a 5-year lease. So happy to support it at this point.
Thanks. You brought up some really good points there. I really, the use of the parking lot, I don't think are we actually delineating the parking spaces now?
we had put forward, and we were told it was $5,000 to put cement bollards down, low, or that type of thing. And I believe that is in the budget or encompassed somewhere to actually delineate so we can maximize that. Gary?
I'd have to check on where that money landed.
No, I mean, I would like to see that, so I think if it's not, I thought it was in there, but if it's not, it's not a lot of money, and we should make sure we're doing that. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, so thanks. That's, I don't remember that being anywhere. I know we talked about it, but I don't think that money got added to the budget, and I thought that maybe the proponent should be responsible for delineating the parking spaces away from, or at least their parking spaces. I don't expect them to delineate all our parking spaces, but the ones that you.
Well, I think they're doing their parking space.
Yeah, and also that, you know, we had the capacity at the Smoke Bluffs. The Smoke Bluffs parking was in the budget for next year. We actually had to move it up, which cost the taxpayer $110,000 in a tight budget this year. And we had to cut our budget in order to accommodate that when we had the capacity, but using up that capacity forced us into a Smoke Bluffs, an early Smoke Bluffs expansion. So I also appreciated that we got free gravel this year. So because, you know, that was I realized that's an extra.
I think it actually saved us money, so moving it up this year than doing it next year.
In the end, but you know, the thought about the amount of capacity and the traffic generated in a very dangerous intersection for this is also a conundrum for me. I really couldn't reconcile, and it's possible that it could turn out to be a fantastic project, but if we were looking at tourism infrastructure there, I would rather see a Ferris wheel. So, or some other tourism infrastructure.
We put an RFP out there, we didn't get a Ferris wheel as part of the RFP.
But a lot of the cost and expense at $16,000 a year, adding $110,000 to our budget is going to take a long time to pay off to when we would have had the capacity if we didn't use up parking.
We were going to do it anyway. We brought it up to this year. It actually saved us money. We would have had to borrow for it next year too. The fact of the matter is, I want to make sure, maybe through to Christine, that is the revenue for this incorporated in the budget at this point?
You know, actually, Mayor Heinzman, I don't know that it is.
I don't think it is, and can we make sure that in our final budget discussion that I thought it was in there, the $5,000 to put the small bollards down to delineate the parking better. Can we make sure that that is in there too? And council can deliberate on that in the budget, in the final budget.
Mayor, nothing had been put in the budget yet. The initial discussions we had were largely around safety improvements, trying to upgrade the safety improvements in the area. We recognize this is a plan that in time likely could generate this type of parking. But at this point in time, we hadn't put it into the budget that the delineation take place according to this plan to its fullest extent. Because at one level we thought maybe going through 1 year, seeing how things played out was one option, and to delay the cost of delineating this whole parking lot. If council desires, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think that there was the total cost of delineating all of the parking area, including no posts running the full length of, we would have a no post that would run the length here to keep the pedestrians separated from the traffic. Plus, all of this was upwards of about $12,000 between the two of them.
If we can get that brought back to the budget
Absolutely.
to consider.
Yeah, and the rent has not been included in the revenue of the district at this point.
Thank you.
The park and ride signs, if we're going to move it, can we move the park and ride signs to the other side, just to make sure that where the forestry center is, just for now? We have park and ride where the...
Up in here.
Why don't we bring that back to a public services committee meeting to discuss more than just sort of putting something up
Yeah,
right now.
exactly.
I don't know the pros and cons of
We need to
moving it.
move the park and ride.
Yeah. Okay, it's been moved and seconded? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Chappelle opposes, motion carries. A tourism Squamish service and sublease agreement. Can we do this really quickly?
I have one slide. I knew you were having a busy day, so basically, Tourism Squamish operates the visitor center. Their current agreement, which was for 3 years, expired at the end of last year. We're working on a couple of aspects of the contract, which is why we didn't get it finished off and renewed at the end of December. Those little parts are going to take a little bit longer, so we thought we'd come back in and get the district to extend the agreement for 1 year for the calendar year of 2017. There's 2 amendments to the agreement because when we first set this deal up, the SSC, Squamish Sustainability Corp, was managing the building. That has now come back to the district, so that's why we have 2 agreements to execute. So basically a 1 year extension of the visitor center at this point in time.
Any questions? Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Kent. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Human Resources, Early Release of Funds, Human Resources Assistant.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Have a report in front of you, and the purpose of this report is to obtain an early release of funds to proceed with the immediate hiring of a regular full-time human resources assistant. So respecting that council are still in the budget deliberation process, but recognizing that through the budget process and a variety of other discussions at council, there has been discussion about the capacity and a service level change to hire a permanent human resources assistant as part of the 2017 budget process, and that currently remains part of the proposed 2017 financial plan. The current temporary human resources assistant is on a temporary contract which expires March 31st, 2017, and with the amendment to the dates for the approval of the financial plan and the subsequent bylaws, what we're faced with that current timeline is some employment and financial insecurity for the incumbent, and a release of funds from the 2017 operating budget to move to the regular full-time human resources assistant would allow us to move to the regular contract and provide that employment security for the incumbent, while allowing for the seamless continuation of work based on current assignments, and ensure that the training we've already invested in the incumbent will not be lost by other employment offers or seeking other employment. Again, not presuming that the budget's approved, but based on the discussions that have taken place to date, this is where we're at.
So, council obviously can consider this. I would just say, if you are considering this, council is committing to this position and can't go back on that decision. Any questions for staff? Is Councilor Pryor?
You know, and I remember talking about this position and HR, and it's kind of an abstract position for me, you know. But can you remind me of what the projects are? Because I know it had something to do with training and all these kind of things that HR is working on, you know, just to... Well, I remember us talking about it, and I thought, oh, wow.
So, Mayor Heinzman, HR is an abstract area, certainly. And I think it's challenging to identify everything, but recognizing HR is a core service for the district. And if I use the analogy of building a house, you need to build a solid foundation. So with a variety of initiatives that have happened, whether it's some restructuring that the CAO has put forward to council and that council have approved, with the no longer having the payroll and benefits manager, some of those responsibilities have shifted to HR. In addition, there's been at least 2 reports that have talked about the capacity and risk and liabilities facing HR by not conducting certain work. So this position is the assistant position. Currently, HR has a human resources advisor, which, and that position really looks after you know, a lot of high-level labor relations and higher-level HR work. We have an HR coordinator that council had approved earlier, who has a variety of focuses, but is one of the key focuses is disability management, occupational health and safety, centralization of training, all areas that were talked about in the audit by the Auditor General for local government, that provided us with 13 recommendations. And other recommendations in there talked about core administrative work. So bringing our personnel files in line with legislation and liability risks. So those are some of the projects that this employee is working on, and I have to say is one of the most organized and methodical employees on these kinds of projects. So hopefully that gives a bit more concrete for the abstract.
Well, I know, and the other one was where you have people, when people retire, you make sure that someone's coming along to take their
Succession
place.
planning?
What do you call that?
Succession planning?
Yeah,
So recruitment,
Yeah.
succession planning, and
also the age of our staff at City Hall, and making sure that we've got people coming along, and we've
Right.
got actually
So-
kind of a lot of people retiring in the next.
Hey, Councillor Pryor, we are at almost 10 o'clock.
Okay, well, I'm just wanting everyone to understand that, because it's, like you say, it's abstract. It's hard to agree.
Yeah, and we had quite an in-depth conversation about the position during the budget process. The staff is simply asking,
Thank you.
if we are willing to release funds early, essentially commit to this position earlier than the budget process is finalized. Okay. Is there someone who'd like to move? I will move this. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Any more discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Action, correspondence for action. There's a recommended motion that it be forwarded to the school district. Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by, I second that. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have a number of correspondences. Councillor Pryor, did you want
Well,
to?
there was one there that I'm just digging for.
I thought Mr. Lecky's was on there. I don't see it there.
I didn't get around to it.
Oh, it was in the agenda, I thought. It's not on the agenda, but it's in the PDF.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Pryor.
Well, there was one from Uli Lechty there, a letter from him. I'm just trying to see where it is here.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, was that in our package, that one from Uli?
It's in the package, but it somehow didn't make it on.
Didn't make on the
on
printed
the
page.
printed
but
page,
it
so it is in the
page.
agenda package.
It
So
is
yes,
in the
Councillor
package.
Pryor, would you like to speak to
Well-
that? Would you like to refer that to the Public Works Standing Committee for consideration?
Yes, I mean, he
Okay.
was talking about safety. It was quite, I thought, quite important, and it was a.
He was talking about making sure we're being mindful about our snow removal policies as we move into next year. I believe that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, and getting the fire trucks and stuff.
Move referral to Parks, Public Works Committee. I'll second that. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Is there any other letter anyone would like to pull? There is.
Number 2.
Go ahead.
Just curious, delighted to see that the minister might come to Squamish to discuss things, but just to have an opportunity for council to discuss what marine-related issues might be, or what our position is on them. I don't know that we've actually had those discussions. So I just appreciate that conversation before. I recognize that all of us wouldn't necessarily be meeting the minister, but to get a consensus on what we think the issues are and our position on it.
So what maybe we'll do is we'll bring it back to a further meeting. We did, at another meeting, specify a number of different things, including some of the derelict vessel issues that we've been dealing with, and a variety of marine-related issues, as well as some questions about shipping and Interpol and all that. So it was outlined in the letter we did send him, and council did discuss that. This is a letter going back many months. So we can reconfirm that, and then maybe send an invitation, a formal invitation. It was sort of like, thanks for your invitation. I'm open to an invitation. This is the letter, so can't refuse that invitation. So we will have that conversation and then follow up with Minister Garneau. Anything else? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to receive. By Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Motion to extend past 10. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have approval of the minutes for the regular business meeting of February 7th, special business meeting February 7th, special business meeting February 8th, committee of the whole February 14th, special business meeting February 14th. That council approved those minutes. Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. There's recommended motions from the committee of the whole meeting of February 14th. The staff includes $6,456 for expansion of children's program services at the library. Above the line, it's budget jargon. Above the line in 2017 budget, contingent on SD 48 participation. Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BC Transit expansion, that the District of Squamish received a letter report from BC Transit dated January 31st. Do I have to read them out? No. Okay. BC Transit expansion, moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. Councillor Chappelle?
Thanks. I'm fully in support of the expansion and the first and second. I am not in support of raising the prices based on the fact that that a 2B is easier to pay than 175. I think that
We can separate that
If
part of
you-
the
yes,
motion.
yeah, that'd be
So
great.
if it's okay with the mover and seconder, we're just moving the first two parts of the motion. That's okay? I'll call the question on the first two. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And would anyone like to move the Councillor Race? Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor Elliott. Can I speak to that one?
Thank you. So, you know, a quarter isn't a lot to many of us, but a quarter is a lot if it's 50 cents on both ways. So if you're taking transit regularly, that can really add up. And I really think that transit should be fully supported by, just like roads are supported. And this is spoken to a lot. You know, when it comes down to it, we tend to keep on increasing transit prices here. And I just can't support another transit fare increase. I don't think it's that onerous to separate your 2B into quarters and $1. And really, overall, the cost of spending an extra quarter every trip can actually disincentivize transit. And I think that we want people to basically use public transit as our parking becomes really restricted. So I'd like to keep our transit prices the same for now, and not just increasing because the 2B is easier. I find that very weak reasoning. So I'm going to vote against any further transit fare increases.
Yeah, I mean, that motion is a multi-pronged motion as well. I'm wondering if you want to break out the increasing up to 12.
Yes, please.
Okay, we're going to split the motion into two.
I'll
First,
move the
yeah, I can split them, can I not? The chair can split them? Yeah, okay, so we're splitting into two motions. The first one is that we deal with the increased fare to option 2, which is one you just spoke against. Okay. Councillor Race.
Thank you. Take the point, except that what you don't see from that motion is the the monthly pass prices for seniors and for regular fares stayed the same. And what increased was the single rides, and I think day passes might have increased, I can't recall exactly. One of the reasons we're doing that is because inflation increases costs, and so this is a reflection of that. And the second, raising that as opposed to the passes, it is simpler for us to actually deal with passes and more efficient, and so it will hopefully incentivize people to buy these passes. People who use it occasionally, I'm not convinced would have a difficult time with the quarter. So I'm happy to support that.
Okay, I'll call the question on fare increase. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And then on the increase.
Hold on, were you?
I apologize, Councillor Chappelle opposed. I'm moving on to decision on increasing the age for free ridership to 12. It's currently 5 or 6 to 12. Move that, Councillor Chappelle. Well, I think it's already on the floor. I split them, so there's already. So I'll just speak quickly to this. One of the reasons why I supported the fare increase is that we are actually making it much more affordable for families to take their kids under 12. That's sort of the kid that more than likely is going to be accompanied by an adult. So we're I think saving families on that front, and kids above 12, if they're alone, ideally get a monthly pass or not. But this was sort of the offset that I saw in terms of sort of being able to go with the $2 fare. I'll just say, frankly, I think over the next couple of years, we really should be contemplating how do we take the toll aspect of it out of transit altogether. We don't toll our roads, but we toll our buses. So I think that's a philosophical discussion. It will take a while to transition to that. It's a financial hit. We have to get our brains around it. There's lots of discussion that needs to happen, but ultimately, I think that's where I'd like to see us move somewhere in the future. Councillor Schwab.
Thanks, and yeah, I really appreciate that as well. I think this is a move in the right direction, increasing free ridership to 12 for exactly the reasons Mayor stated, and that philosophical discussion is exactly why I think moving in that direction meant increasing prices is giving the exact opposite message to the public. If we're going to be moving that direction, I think that we should keep stable on our prices and make it affordable for, even a quarter is one way, but 50 cents is two ways, and that adds up. And it's generally people who don't see themselves using public transit start out with single fares to try it out, and if it's that much more expensive, that's going to be a disincentive. So, but I certainly appreciate this motion to have kids ride for free.
Right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Step code information update, that District of Squamish convene a step-based staff advisory committee which is made up of builders, developers, nonprofits, and other interested parties to advise council on how to initiate and implement a step code strategy by December 2017, or in December 2017. Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Chappelle. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. This is a great step and long-awaited change to our building code, which is great. Zoning bylaw update. That staff prepare amendments to District of Squamish zoning bylaw addressing the appropriate permitted locations of bulk fuel gas and storage facilities in all industrial zones. Councillor Kent, are you moving that? Seconded by Councillor Pryor.
Yeah, I do have something.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just on the step code, I thought that there was going to be a council member on that committee. I thought we talked about it and that we talked about a council member being on it. I was going to volunteer for that, but then I'm reading it here, I don't see council member.
Yeah.
But when we talked about it in the meeting, there was a council member.
We can certainly add a council member. I thought we had indicated a council member as well. So we can add that. If the mover and the second are amenable to that, we can just add it. That's all right?
Definitely.
And if I'd volunteer if nobody else wanted to be on that one.
We love volunteers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And we do have a motion that we would like to bring forward from this afternoon's committee of the whole meeting because there's a time deadline on it. And it is a recommended motion from the committee of the whole meeting February 21st. And it reads that the District of Squamish submit the comments contained in the report to the Committee of the Whole dated February 21st, 2017, and the comments expressed at the February 21st Committee of the Whole meeting to the Woodfibre LNG Environmental Assessment Working Group. The mover, moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And we did that because the deadline is tomorrow. For me?
Did you do this one?
Did I?
The car share.
Bulk fuel and gas.
We did that one.
No.
They're milling the car share.
Oh.
Moved and seconded, but we didn't vote it.
Oh, we didn't vote? Yeah,
It was
because he,
Kent and Pryor.
oh,
Right.
he got me distracted.
I'll take the blame.
Okay, I'm gonna do it cleanly. Is there a mover for the zoning bylaw update motion? Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Pryor. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Committee minutes and reports, Community Development Committee of February 7th, move receipt, moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor, opposed, motion carries. And there's recommended motion that staff develop a suite of options that augment mobility sharing in Squamish. Moved by Councillor Chappelle, seconded by Councillor Kent. You want to vote?
No, sorry, finish the vote, I have a question.
All those in favor, opposed, motion carries.
One of these days,
Yes,
you're gonna let me vote.
Ms. Glenday.
Thank you, Mayor Heinzman. In terms of this motion, staff have asked me for more clarification on what options council are looking for. I mean, the spectrum here is quite wide. So is it strictly policy? Is it supporting and facilitating? Is it looking into fleet replacement? It will have a lot to do with how much we can get done and by when and what needs to move out of the way to make room for this.
I think the intention out of that meeting was we had two possible scenarios presented to us in terms of ride sharing. And I think what we were looking back was we didn't want to necessarily focus in on Modo or Zipcar or any particular provider, but we wanted to get a sense about what our options are. And they outlined many of the options. So I think the motion was intended not to just be specific to the providers that were presenting to us, but to open it up. And I'm looking for council for some direction here and make sure we're incorporating this into our deliberations on developments that are multifamily and how we reflect that in our policies.
Well, I remember that Modo and then the other woman that was there with her presentation, I thought her presentation was shelf-ready. And I thought, you know, that's one of the ones that will work here. And they were, you know, and that's, you know, and I know we were going to look broader, but I thought her proposal was shelf-ready and that was one.
Except that the app's not available in Canada.
That's correct, but that's what it was.
Yeah.
It's not available? What was she presenting?
It's not yet available. They
Not
haven't gotten that far.
That's the one that made the most sense.
Duet is the one, so it was.
Yeah.
Was the
I'm looking for some help on my brain. I mean, I don't think it was overly complicated. The motion was intended to be overly complicated. Councillor Elliott.
You know what, I have to go back and look at the meeting because at 10:10, I actually can't recall and, you know, these are all private companies and they have to see a market opportunity here. For me, our side is on the policy side, so do we have the right policy in place and are we thinking about putting the right infrastructure in place that supports, you know, car share, ride share, and those sorts of things. So I can't, I'm really struggling to help you with this.
Thanks. The way I remembered it is that we wouldn't pick one company because it was supporting a private company. So we were looking to staff to engage Modo and the other companies that are available for car share to sort of differentiate between what would the best suite of options be for us and come forward with a proposal to say, you know, if we were going to go with Modo or if that was the best option, that, you know, how much is it going to cost? Do we need policy changes to sort of understand the infrastructure, including the policy that it would take and the cost to the district if we were going to implement car sharing or join Modo as a car sharing option?
And I think fundamentally, council wants to augment mobility sharing in Squamish. That's the goal.
I wonder, is Uber even possible here? Like, as a...
Uber, my understanding is we don't have the density of population that really gets people, no, I think people would use it on occasion, but to make a living at it or people become Uber drivers, we just don't have, people aren't going to do it. You're not going to make any money.
But as far as a suite of options, if that sort of mobility is looked at, car sharing, not necessarily Uber, but if there's a suite of options coming forward, would that be, you know, would a
So
car
I do think
sharing-
this necessitates further discussion. We'll bring it back to a committee meeting. Yes.
Well, it does say in the minutes, with that duet one, support request for a trial program in the Sea to Sky area. And that's in the minutes.
That's because the person said it. Doesn't mean council moved it, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if you would bring it back for
So
another.
we actually technically have already moved that, but we'll bring it back for clarification.
Thank you.
Move referral to a community development meeting in the near future. And is there a second? Second by Councillor Elliott. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I don't think we have any council staff meetings, camera announcements. We don't have any unscheduled public attendance. Are there any questions for clarification related to agenda? Don't see any. Councillor staff announcements. I have a bunch. Councillor Chappelle?
Thanks. I want to speak to going down to Southern Fraser. I'm going to Michael Geller gave a presentation on density, comparing how we do density in North America to how they do density in Europe, and looking at the different ways they do block and low density, which I think really spoke well to what council was trying to put forward for Cleveland Avenue, is not having, the question being asked was, is sameness a bad idea? And when you look at European cities, they develop their density in small, low-density blocks as opposed to building towers. And the developer that was presenting was really interesting because he's the one that's developed all the towers, most of the towers, including on the waterfront, and has basically gotten older, traveled Europe, and changed his mind on having towers as density and looking at more low-density, low-rises instead of, which I think would fit really well with our community as well, is that low mid-rise density instead of having high-rises everywhere.
And I think that's where our OCP is going, and that's where we're going already. And even waterfront planning is the only place we've had towers, and they're coming back to rezoning to lower that. So that's where we're going. And he was on the CBC just before that thing.
That's exactly the presentation.
Yeah.
And I actually just sent the presentation to staff and council so they could have a look at it. It's all written there.
Yeah, Mr. Geller also thought Furry Creek was a great idea. Not everyone's right.
He's changed his mind, he's gone through a revision of his views.
10% here.
Okay, just a few things. I was in a meeting with Minister Fassbender, Minister Coleman, all the mayors from the North Shore, and all the MLAs and MPs from the North Shore, as well as MP Beach on the phone from Ottawa to talk about housing affordability and transit and the interconnectedness of that. I took lots of notes, and a couple of things, and what I would like to do is we'll put this on the first community development meeting. I think we need to really focus in on that, on the affordable housing task force recommendations, as well as some of the programs that the province has implemented. Minister Coleman said again, if you have a project, even though the monies have been allocated, generally speaking, of that $500 million they're talking about, if we have a project and it fits the bill and they like it, they will fund it. So there was a number of programs that we talked about, including a program that the provincial government has that I think some of our residents have taken advantage of it, but I don't know if a lot of them know about it, in that if you're trying to buy into the home market and you can't afford to buy in, the province will fund up to 25% or finance up to 25%. So they become essentially 25% owners in your house. So if you do sell the house down in the future, you get 75% back of the cost. The province gets 25%. There's a couple programs like that I really want to flesh out and make sure we're communicating well with the public what's out there and possible. They're also coming forward with a new program that they haven't announced yet, so I don't want to necessarily name it, but and they want to come up with a few pilot projects in some communities. So I want to talk with council about how we might put forward the possibility that we become one of those pilot projects. So maybe we'll save that conversation. I won't get into too much detail on that. The other piece that was talked about quite a bit was the integration planning with transit and housing. And we're starting to do that here, but there was lots of discussion about that. A couple interesting ideas about one of the problems that you see is a lot of rental apartment buildings are being demolished and stratified units coming up. Some cities are putting in policies whereby no loss of rental, flat out. It's a one-to-one replacement. for rental demolition, bunch of other interesting bits, which we'll just make sure it goes on a committee meeting. MP Goldsmith Jones hosted a meeting on the weekend of elected officials from Howe Sound. It was open to the public. There were members of the public at the meeting. A few members of the council, Councillor Race and Councillor Elliott were there, as well as members from Bowen Island and Nice Bay and anyway, all around House, Sunshine Coast. And it was essentially a follow-up meeting to the meeting that MLA Sturdy and MP Wilkinson, who are both the parliamentary secretaries for their respective environmental assessment offices, had initiated a couple weeks earlier to discuss predominantly Condition 25 in the provincial environmental assessment, which essentially says that Woodfibre has to provide a web portal to communicate where they are in the conditions and permitting and all that sort of thing. There's lots of good discussion. I'll look to Councillor Race and Councillor Elliott maybe to fill in some of the blanks. But essentially, I think what was communicated in that room was that a website isn't enough. There needs to be a comprehensive look at these projects. And I think what they're trying to do is use this as a template for other environmental assessment processes in the future. And one of the communications was, if you're looking at a project, you can't parse it out into pieces because you still can't find information on the hydro aspect of it or the pipeline aspect of it or the navigation aspect. If it's just the environmental assessment conditions, it's still just a small part of the project. There was a lot of talk about trust of the agencies that monitor any project in terms of, does DFO have the mandate or the personnel to monitor things properly? Does BC Oil and Gas have enough inspectors to keep up with the amount of projects in the province? And so there was talk about how do the government regulated agencies build trust in projects like this when that trust has been eroded over cuts to programs over the years. Councillor Elliott.
I think the other piece of the conversation was that the trust wouldn't be built if this website was hosted by Woodfibre, and that perhaps the cost of doing business is that, you know, if you get an EA approval, you are mandated to create a third party to host and make sure the information is there. So that would go forward to both MLA Sturdy and
so the MP is going to coalesce all of the group's thoughts. Public participated too, and she'll, I think, get those to us, and then she'll submit those to the parliamentary secretaries as a group.
Yeah, I think the goal here is actually to have a unified statement from the communities in Howe Sound. So she wants us to do a bit of back and forth on it, so that it was not, you know, one motion from Squamish that's different than a motion from Lions Bay and that sort of thing, that will work towards consensus on this document that goes forward, which I think is a great idea.
And do you have a question?
Not a question, I have one thing too.
Okay, I got one more thing.
Okay.
So went to the presentation of this report. It's by the Coastal Ocean Research Institute, which is the research branch of the Vancouver Aquarium. This is a report that's been several years in the making. We have a number of Squamish residents who have contributed, including staff who have contributed this report, and it's a really interesting, comprehensive look at Howe Sound and the state of things, everything from cetaceans to birds to industry to shipping to, it's a really interesting book. They asked me to speak at this launch of this, and so said a few words on behalf of local governments who were very much participatory in the workshops that led up to sort of setting up the scope for this report. This is online. This is I'm taking this to the beach to read, but it is online too, and it's actually really, really well thought out. It's highly visual. For a sort of a static report, every chapter has a different author, a lot of citizen scientists, really good graphics that help make things sort of easily understandable. Anyway, if you get a chance to look at that, it's a really interesting report.
Could you send that link out to us? I'd like to have it.
Yeah, yeah.
And are there paper copies available somewhere?
I believe Sarah McJanet was gonna order a bunch of them so that we can make sure we have them in the, here and at the library. And if you want a paper copy, maybe talk to someone and we can make sure you get one.
It's not urgent, it's late.
Okay.
So,
Okay, we're good. Gonna motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Elliott, second by Councillor Kent. All those in favor, opposed, carried.